Moving to just chatting.
Hello, comrades. Let me turn this up a little bit on this side. Just a smidgen. And then I'll turn it down for me. There we go. That should be better. Hello. 2 days in a row. Can you believe that? 2 days in a row. I figured we just do art today. And a big reason for that. A big reason for that is sorry, I have to respond to something. Yeah, a big reason for that is I just haven't really been doing like art for the sake of art lately. You know what I mean? It's been very structured. It's been very like sit down for 30 minutes, do the art practice, stop, right? And it means I haven't done anything for the stream art-wise in a little bit, which kind of sucks. But also I haven't done anything for me art-wise in a little bit, which also kind of sucks. Like I just haven't been drawing for the sake of drawing, which last time I got in that rut, it was pretty hard to get myself out. I kind of just put art aside for a while because of that. So we're not gonna let that happen. We're not gonna let that happen. It is, I guess, the downside of just having such a structured experience, right? Such a structured experience where I consistently try to do XYZ thing every XYZ day, start my mornings with vocal warm-ups, make sure I do the art practice once a day, make sure I do this for 30 minutes, exercise, like it's all structured. And at a certain point, I have to just kind of go, well, when was the last time I did anything for like fun? For fun. Fun's important. That said, it is Sunday, so let's go through the list of things that normally we do have to do. We have quite a few things to get through. First of all, observers win. I'm sure if I can read, if my ability to read is not inhibited, it is not. That is observers. Observers have won this week. I have streamed enough this week that people have the chance to definitely chime in here and go, oh my gosh. So, congratulations. Now, I don't know what to give you guys. This is something I think about. Is what do I give you guys for your your dedication to voting? And part of that is because, well, oh sorry, before anyone votes, let me reset it. Vulture, are you there? Vulture, are you there? Vulture, reset factions?
Factions reset.
Alright, go away. Vulture, go away.
Somewhat rude of you.
Yeah, I know, I know. But you've been dogging on me on Dark Souls for like, a few weeks now, so I can be a little rude. Okay, so, yeah, I don't know what to give people because, like, I don't enforce in any way that someone is in XYZ group. You can be in all the groups if you want to. I totally allow it. Totally makes sense to me. So, that's one thing. And second, I don't even know what I would give you guys, right? Because I don't know what prize I could give that is completely, vague enough that everyone can just get it, right? It's not like there's a mascot for each of the 3 groups, right? Now that I've been in the VTubing space long enough, I understand that Giga has a mob. Miss Giga has a mob of 3 factions. And with 3 distinct factions and mascots to go with it, the mob stack, right? Which is very cute, by the way. The very cute mob stack. I understand how Giga would do something like this, right? You could have like each faction be featured in a certain thing, right? And then your faction actually shows up. It's more than just words. But also, I don't really want to copy Miss Giga. You know, it's not really a thing. I don't want to be doing that. There is just a sort of an inevitability to it, though, right? There's an inevitability. Words. There is an inevitability. Oh my gosh. There is an inevitability to overlap, right? And that is somewhat unavoidable. I do my best to have less overlap, right? I don't want anyone to feel that I'm stepping on their shoes, or I try to give credit where credit is due. Like, I definitely credit Meika for some of the inspiration behind having Vulture be the way that she is on the stream, right? But there's just kind of a nature to it. This all that just needs to be paid attention to. And I'm a big baby about these things. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, so I'll have to give this a big thought. Anyway, if you guys think of anything, if you guys think, oh my gosh, you know, what will I do? What can we do for factions? Good evening, Lampenstein. Hello, welcome. It is not a Dark Souls stream today. It is a art stream. It is a doodling stream. It is a chatting stream. Good to see you. I am just about to do. Heavens help me, where did it go? I am just about to do Blast Radius, so let's do that real quick. Blast Radius, for those who don't know, this is the part of the stream, in the early part of the stream, where I take a moment here to call out all the good stuff that other people are doing within my Blast Radius, which is to say, if I dropped a sonar ping at my feet, right, who are the people close enough to me, through any measure, that we can talk about. This is also a chance for anyone to talk about people in their Blast Radius. This is a great time to talk about cool things that other people are doing. Right, if someone's running a subathon or someone's doing something really cool on stream, this is a good time to talk about it. But honestly, no one's online. no one is really online in my follow list. So nothing to say here, really. Yeah, I have no comments. I don't see anything that I wish to call out. But if you guys do, now is a great time. You have about a minute or so before the time for that is past, right? Yeah, I'm not sure of any other big events in my surroundings, but I'm pretty bad at keeping up with the events. So, not great at keeping up with how things are. I guess we'll wrap it up, but if this is anything else you guys want to talk about, now's a good time. No major events with streamers you watch? Alright, yeah. It's just I like to take a little bit at the start to cheer on other people. Yeah. I think it's having a structured time to do that helps me, right? It helps me emotionally that people don't bring it up later. But it also, and this is really the main reason I do it, is it really is a like lift each other up kind of policy, right? I think that sometimes things get lost in the sauce, and I tend to cheer other people on anyway, and this gives me a chance to just consistently do that at the start of the stream if I'm seeing something that I want you guys to know about, right? I think a lot of people might not have any major plans going on right now because of off-Kai, because of other stuff, and I just also am not that in tune with what everyone is doing, right? And I don't really watch that many like super big streamers either. I'm sure some stuff is happening out there somewhere in the streamer world, right? Someone probably has a subathon that I know of, but that's kind of always happening. All right, that's the vibe. I would say blast radius is therefore over. And we reset factions. So factions have been reset. The victory tweet has been sent out. Thumbs up. That leaves us with doodling time. Doodling time. Until I get bored. Until I become bored with this. Which may or may not happen sooner or later. But, yeah. Yup. Yep. Um... Uh... Sorry, someone is asking me or implying questions about like what is Don Quixote's story, right? And this is foundational literature, right? Um yeah. I have to tell people about Don Quixote. This is really important. um yeah. Do you guys know about Don Quixote? Is this a thing that people know about? I hope so. I hope that people know about Don Quixote. Maybe we should talk about Don Quixote. Is that a thing that people are interested in? I don't know how much people care about literature, but I am someone who loves, I adore just learning about things and having like topical knowledge on all sorts of stuff. Even if it never comes up, right? Um you haven't read Don Quixote in years. Well, you're doing better than people who've never read it at all. um Yeah, sometimes I talk about books. One of the first books you probably read. Yeah, it's foundational. I've never read it myself, but I'm very well aware of it and the like. I would point to it as a wonderful early example of straight man fool comedy, right? And people they love straight man and fool comedy, right? Like it's foundational for a lot of media that people like today. That's especially slapstick. Um, It's yeah, it's good. It's good. But I like learning all sorts of stuff. I read Camus's The Stranger. That was a weird book. That was a weird book. I didn't really understand all of it, but I enjoyed reading it. And I feel like there's just so many good books out there. I haven't read a good book, honestly. I haven't read a book in like years. In years. Um, I think part of it is because like I already read so much from like articles and newspapers nowadays, checking the news, reading through reports, research papers, like documentation on technology, that the amount of time that I'm sitting there going, "Oh yeah, I'd like to just read a book," is so little. And then on top of that, there's also like fan fiction that I used to read a lot of, right? And then so the amount that I have like a physical book in my hand that I'm going to sit there and read is not that high anymore. I have access to other things. I have access to many other things now. Um, hmm. Yeah, I have this worry in my heart that as we get older and as time progresses, people will enjoy reading less and less, which is a shame because reading is part of, I think, what inspires creation, right? There's an old adage that is basically, to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader, right? The more you read, the better you get at writing. And it doesn't help that literacy rates are so low now. I agree. I have a very strong opinion about the state of education, especially the state of education in the country I live in, the United States of America, and the impact of SparkNotes, which has now evolved into the beast that is ChatGPT, right? It is somewhat unsettling that people find writing 250 words to be a challenge, right? High schoolers. 250 words is a third of a page on a Word document. In this sentence alone, I have already used about, well, this would make it the 20th word. That was 20 words exactly. One or two sentences is already 20 words. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, and I know people can speak, right? You just speak it out. Write it out. Pull some bullet points out there. The value of delayed gratification for a larger task is very much one that I think people are failing to appreciate. And what was SparkNotes? You have a little brother that's almost an adult. He didn't recognize the word obey when he tried to read it aloud. I think it has to do a little bit with the way that reading is taught. I think there's almost a failure to do. But this is my understanding. Is anecdotal evidence. Okay, I don't have evidence myself. I'm not a teacher myself, right? I don't teach middle schoolers or elementary schoolers, and my interaction with that group is limited. But I have a friend who teaches middle school, and I have someone else that I know who does educational tools for primary school, right? For primary school. And what I've been hearing over the past few years is that the amount of media literacy, tech literacy, etc. is all just going down. And I think part of it is that, like, you're not taught phonetics properly, right? The way that you sound out words is kind of a loss, right? The way that I learned and the way that I sort of taught myself to read bigger words is you kind of just split it up and you read the parts you do know and then you do the best you can. And that can get a little tough because you might run into a word like sigil, right? You might run into sigil. And if you wrote this up, it could be this, right? And someone would reasonably, if you had never heard this word pronounced, read it as sigil, which happens, right? And that was a big one for a lot of people, sigil versus sigil. But that is a consequence of someone learning to read and learning to speak by reading, right? Someone who learns to speak by reading tends to make those kinds of errors because they haven't heard someone use that word in a sentence, right? And even I, to this day, run into words that I go, oh, I didn't know it was pronounced that way. I always thought it was pronounced this other way because I learned to speak by reading. And I was an avid reader because ESL, right? Immigrant ESL, right? So the amount that I could rely on home to teach me wasn't that high, right? And I quickly became one of the better speakers in my family, right? So what I've understood is that reading has become guesswork, right? It's it's not a matter of can you break the words down and try to guess what it sounds like. It's, do you know this word exactly? And do you know exactly what it is? And that worries me on the basis that you're losing context. Because English has so many prefixes and suffixes that mean things, right? And so you can start to guess what a word means. If something starts with un or in, you can guess it's a negation, right? Except in the case of inflammable, which sometimes somehow means flammable also, right? But you can guess that having never seen the word incompetent before, you can guess that, okay, it's competent but not, so it means not competent. Sure, right? These are things that you can sort of put together contextually and logically. If you only know the word by raw memorization, right? You run into a situation where you can't logic your way into the next words. You can't logic yourself into further knowledge. And it ends up in a situation where people often complain. So, incidentally, I have a certification or two in Japanese. You teach English a lot, and some of your students have problems with prefixes and suffixes because there's no real rule as to what to use. Yes, that's fair. I don't think it's great when it comes to construction, but I think it's useful when it comes to decryption. Right? It helps to guess what a word means, but not necessarily to construct a word. I could put together some weird prefixes and suffixes and construct a word that doesn't exist, and that wouldn't necessarily help me. But so incidentally, I have a certificate or two in Japanese, and one of the things that people struggle with a lot in Japanese, and also Chinese incidentally, is like kanji, right? They struggle with essentially these pictorial characters that have some radicals in them that have certain meanings, but when you combine them together, the readings are difficult and the meanings are difficult, right? And they don't always logically follow, right? You put together the water radical and the pond radical, and sometimes you get something else that means something totally different, and then it's involved in some other character that means like train car or something, right? I'm making up an example. It's not a real one. What people really struggle with that, right? Because it's just raw memorization at that point. And it's not a like knowledge of vocabulary. It's not how to read this, right? It's just like can you memorize? And some of these languages, they have like a common set of words or pictographs that you can understand, and also readings for them for the complicated ones sometimes, right? Totally fine, understandable. Like I get it, yeah. But there are people are like making it harder on themselves than they have to. English is already hard enough, and by advancing on the guesswork route, it is a disservice. I think it's a disservice, right? I think that it's especially a disservice because one of the best ways to this is going to sound circular. This is actually going to sound tautological. One of the best ways to educate yourself is to read more, right? One of the best ways to become smarter is to read more. A lot of it is also parents. Teachers can't be with kids 24/7, so parents are expected to help encourage their kids to read or to read to and with their kids. That's fair. I don't think it's necessarily a failing of teachers, right? I think this is a big thing. Is I don't think that it's on teachers, right? I think it's on the educational system, which is a fundamentally different concept than teachers, right? And I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that point. But I think that when you have the ability to seek out information and to think about it critically and analyze it, then you can come to your own conclusions about what you're reading, and come to an informed opinion. And so when you peruse the internet and websites, you have the ability to fact check, right? Having ChatGPT do it for you, you're losing that critical analysis, right? It's a muscle you have to flex. And as much as people don't enjoy going, "Oh my gosh, why did the author make that curtain red?" Right? What does that represent? Um, People sometimes like to joke. They go, "Oh my gosh, obviously it's just red, you know? Like it's just red because the author felt that way." And maybe that's true, but maybe you should put a few minutes into thinking about whether or not that's actually true rather than thought terminatingly being like, "Ah, I don't care. It's not important." Right? It's exercise for later. It's exercise for reading propaganda and going, what does that propaganda mean? Right? What are the biases here? What are some people thinking? Why would someone say that? Um, to that point though about teachers, right, and education, I think a little bit of it has to do with, I'll say in America, a little bit of No Child Left Behind, right? And a little bit of like, you can't bail these kids out. And ChatGPT and like keeping these tools out of classrooms is really, I think, the current struggle. It's a lot of the current struggle for some people. I was shocked to find out that, so I guess disclosure, right? I'm a millennial, right? I'm a millennial. And so I grew up with the advent. If it wasn't for No Child Left Behind, I would not have graduated when I did. I mean, there are plus and minus points for sure, right? There's nothing is ever black and white. It's nuanced, and I certainly would never go on record and be like, this is bad. Actually, there are no positive, but there are just ramifications to a lot of things, right? And I don't know your story. I don't know anyone's particular special story. Not special. Anyone's particular unique is the word I'm looking for. Their unique story, right? I think that what was I'm losing track of my train of reasoning here. I was shocked to find out that many people younger than me are more technologically illiterate. I grew up when computers were becoming more and more downsized. Laptops started becoming a thing, palm top computing, and then iPhones and iPads and all that stuff, right? And nowadays, because everything is an app, right? Everything is an app and not a program. Some of these younger kids, they don't understand looking at their computer. What is a file system? What is an operating system? What is like, oh, open that folder on your computer. What's a folder? Right? Because in this iPad world, right? In this phone app world that we live in, there aren't folders. There aren't file systems. There are applications. And that's everything, right? I think a little bit has to do with how do you ensure that these children are having their needs met? Because you can't just keep passing them up through the grades, right? Anecdotally, I have spoken to a few teachers who have just said, I can't do it. I'm teaching 8th grade, and I have kids who can't read on a 5th grade level. How am I expected to teach them like science and physics when they don't understand the textbook that they're reading? They can't read it. And that is not the fault of teachers, right? That is not the, like, I wouldn't say, oh my gosh, if we just had better teachers, it would all be fixed, because we don't live in that reality, right? We don't live in that world, and we have some incredible teachers out there, but there's only so much that a teacher can do, right? I think the education system is failing to respond to the climate, the technological climate, and I think that the education system is failing to respond to the needs of different children who are unique and have their unique needs, right? I think that's my take. That's my take. And I personally often find myself discouraged by the high reliance on ChatGPT. And maybe this is me as a content creator, right? But I like making things. I like doing things. So why would I give that up to someone at a computer to do for me? I would rather do it myself. And I can put it, so you're saying, oh, it is 100% failing. I was very much not prepared for my classes, especially math. Yeah. Not every strategy works for everybody, and there is of course some compromise somewhere in there because you can't have a completely unique strategy for everyone, right? But like, what do you? I'll give it a quick example. Like, what was I expected to do when I was not doing well in physics? And so my family hired like a tutor, someone in college to teach me. And the college tutor was just like, yeah, Glitch already knows everything. Like, Glitch is very competent in this subject. And it was just kind of like, well, I'm not doing well in class. And I pay attention in class and I take notes and I do the tests and I'm struggling. So what do you want me to tell you? Like, what is going on here that people can't help me? I just had slightly different needs, I guess, than other people. And I could go into that more, but I won't. I will leave that where it is. It is, even at work, and I work in software development, shall we say. That's a pretty vague thing. I'm in computer science, right? That I am seeing more and more people begin to rely on and strongly utilize AI tools for coding. Frankly, to great success, right? I cannot deny that the efficiency and output of many of these tools is staggering. I cannot compete, right? And I have gone from being a top performer to a laggard because I am so resistant to the use of these tools. However, from a long-term perspective, I don't want to give up using my brain and flexing it to do my work and to do my job, right? When 5 years passes, like, I would still like to be able to consciously think. But this kind of falls into a conversation about what I am really afraid about with AI and AI technology and the youth and education is this is going to be a long chat, I think, a long conversation about AI, but this is about raising the next generation. I would say it's fine to use something to help if you've got too much on your plate, but not as something to rely on. Yeah, there's a difference between a crutch and a skateboard. Yes. This is my feeling. Is that we have currently people entering the workforce, right? And let us presume, let us make an example, right? I will create an example because this is something that someone suggested to me a few years ago. Oh, what if a business did this? And I was very worried about it. And I explained to them why I was very worried about it. I will explain it to you guys. Let us presume that there are many ethnic recipes that exist from your various home countries. Chinese food, Korean food, Malaysian food, French food, German food, whatever, right? There are home-style dishes. And there are many such recipes out there, right? That can be produced the way that your mother made it, or the way that an average person from so-and-so place makes it, right? You could create a robot that cooks food the same way that a beginner chef cooks food, right? To a level of competence that is not perfection, right? It is not Michelin star. It is, however, enough, right? And for someone like me, who maybe doesn't love cooking, I could have this robot create this food for me, and we could employ it in restaurants, and it could then replace starter chefs, right? They don't have the same skill. Well, let's zoom forward 5 years. You now have no beginner chefs, right? You have a 5-year gap of no beginner chefs because no one can enter the industry to learn at a beginner level because their jobs are all taken up by the machine. The machine that does it about as well as a beginner does, right? And that is currently the state of things, is these machines are pretty good at getting most of the way there, which is usually enough, right? It's usually as good as a beginner. Well, 5 years have passed. Where are your beginner chefs that will now become intermediate chefs? Where are your, chefs with 5 years of training that are now advancing up into the job and replacing those who are phasing out due to career changes, old age, etc., right? You don't have any. And this applies to every industry. Computer science, whatever, right? You have to make a conscious decision, or we as a society have to make a conscious decision to protect beginners, right? To encourage and create a system that can ensure that beginners have the room to try and grow and become intermediates. Because if they cannot, right? If you have a situation in which you never have any new software developers because, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, it can do about as good a job as an intern, so why would I ever hire an intern, right? It doesn't help that in places like US, the way many companies and such view people is that they're just disposable to replace. That is a lot of what I'm talking about, is that you can't always put profits over people, right? At a certain point, you have to go, yes, this is less profitable, but it's better for the company in the long term. It's better for humanity. It's better for my field, right? Because in the long term, if you promote this conscious critical thinking, you get software developers who will think about the problem, extrapolate to the various solutions. They will look at a situation and they'll do the recon. They'll do the reconnaissance on the code base. They'll problem solve, right? If you don't want someone who does that, then, and I said this before, I should just be replaced, right? You should just replace me with some intern somewhere or some outsourced hire somewhere that just uses the AI models to do it for them. But I am not in this position doing this job because you want a code monkey. You want a problem solver, and you have to nurture problem solvers, right? When, to take the cooking analogy further, right? Like, when you don't get the right fish, right, or you don't have the right spices, are you just going to give up and go, sorry, can't compute? I don't have any critical solving for this, right? I don't know what to replace with what. I don't know that I can replace an egg with, other thing to still make this thing happen. I can't do any of those things. That's the disappointment. That's the concern that I have, is that we are burning the bridge behind us. We are tossing the ladder back behind us. But in an aging society, and in a society like ours where you're going to get people filtering out, they're going to leave the industry, they're going to get old, they're going to change jobs, they're going to whatever, right? You need people further back on the career track that will, take those positions, right? If you don't have anyone that can do that, then you're going to get a highly unemployed population that is not able to critically think, is not able to problem solve, is not able to do these big technical problems, or, well, not even computer science was, just anything, right? And it will be a detriment to the country as a whole, especially if other countries are not following down this path, right? It will be a huge detriment to the particular country. But if it's worldwide, then it will be a worldwide brain drain, right? Because someone has to manage the systems. Someone has to keep everything on track. And you want the competence and the critical thinking to be more than a sheep, right? To look at these situations and to look at what is being told to you and go, is that true or not true? Am I being told the truth? Am I being fed propaganda? And not just turning your brain off, basically. Right? That's my concern. That's my concern. Especially we have a global aging population, and a lot of how capitalism is structured, and a lot of how societies are currently structured, is a younger people will pay pensions and whatever is right for the older crowd, or they'll keep them in their homes and take care of their parents, etc., etc. Like, we as a society will come together to take care of the elderly, which I agree with personally. That's my personal opinion. I think we should. But if we're structured on this society, right? If we're structured on this notion, the fact is that the more older people we get, because health outcomes are improving, right? The more and more of a strain there is from that side, and I will hesitate to use the word strain, and especially the word burden, because I don't want anyone elderly to feel that they are a burden. But there is sort of just a like aging population that needs care, and they need attention. They need respect and dignity and help, right? And they need a variety of services like healthcare, right? And especially if they're 80, how do you expect someone who's 80 to work, right? Not to mention the ageism and all that. Well, as that population increases, if the working young population decreases, right, you end up in a situation in which both sides of the equation are becoming increasingly unstable. And I think that's going to cause us some serious problems in about 20 years. It's already causing us problems now, but it will continue to cause us problems. Okay, there's my rant about society and the impact of AI and assisted tools, and how we as a society globally need to take better care of educating our youth, or we're all doomed. It's a lot of conversation that basically can be summarized as children are the future and we should take care of them, right? Like, it's a very simplified way to say it. Children are the future, but they are, right? They are. So it's worth thinking about, you know. It's worth considering. It's worth cutting your teeth on. Yeah. Oh man, that was a lot of chatter about about AI. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think there's a lot of disparity and class struggle. There's a lot going on. Along with most certainly some people who wish to take advantage of the situation, funnel power and money into other places, etc., right? Like, I don't want to turn into a conspiracy theorist or sound like a conspiracy theorist. I just think that we can be certainly more conscious of this, and as much as I can go, hey, Mr. Politician that represents me, maybe you could think about this. Maybe we should think about this, because it is a serious concern. Right? But that's about all I can do. Right? I can't do much more than go, hey, maybe Mr. Lawmaker, you should think about this. How dare you tell me about best viewers, you bot, you scoundrel, you miscreant. Shame. For shame. Okay, how about we actually get to drawing now, though? Yeah? Let's do some actual art that I had planned to do, some sketching. I maybe should have been sketching while talking about this, but this one is something that gets me heated. Right? Not just from a creator perspective. I have a lot of feelings about AI because I am someone who draws, right? And makes things, and I believe that is a very human thing to do, to make things, right? But even discounting that and stepping away from that, I have a lot of feelings about what AI will do to society as a whole, and what it is already doing. What we can see that it is already doing, to society at large. I think many of these beginner jobs, right? These entry level positions. I should phrase this very carefully because I don't want to denigrate anyone's experience. Many of these 1 to 2 year experience positions, right? I think those might end up facing some level of automation with AI massage robots, right? And then what do? You did your massage and then you're doomed. Like you went through school to be a massage therapist and now you're cooked. It sucks. I'll leave it at that. It sucks. It sucks. And so all I can really do, the only fight that I can fight, is just encourage people to think critically. Encourage them to use their brain. Encourage them to just not give up on thinking. And I understand that there are times you just want to rest and not do it, which is fine. But once in a while, you gotta stand up and use your brain. Once in a while, you gotta fight the fight. That's my speech. That is the end of my speech. All right. Vulture, move us to main, please. Vulture, move us to main, please.
Moving to main scene.
I can't believe she actually caught that. I made a really goofy voice there. Oh yeah, the Fugi is always mad. Because I'm never sitting in here. You rant pretty often. Fact, your students will sometimes get you to start ranting to fill time in class. That is the classic, hey teacher, how about so-and-so? And then you just don't have to do the actual lesson. But adults are filled with knowledge. So, sometimes you just gotta do what you can. Alright, I don't know what my plan is. I might have had a plan before this, but then I started ranting. And so here we are. We have an ad in about 10 minutes. So at that time, I'll probably take a break. My shoulders are already a little tired. I wonder why. What? It's so hot these days. It's just fun to let them think they're being slick. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely the, slightly older adult perspective. Just the generally, older perspective of sometimes you let people get away with it because I got a nephew and I want to let him get away with things sometimes. That's how it is. Okay. So, oh man, my arm is killing me for no reason. Just put it in a big stretch here. All right. One of the things that, well, okay, my brain is gonna roll around in circles for a little bit here. One of the things I guess I want to point out is, hey Glitch, hey, you said you would do this 30-day challenge, and where is your 30-day challenge? You promised us you would do it, and where is it? I did it this morning at noon. Yeah, I didn't know if I would stream today, so I did it about 4 hours ago now. Before lunch. Yep. So that's already done. I'll open it up if you guys want to see it. See. I hope this is it. This is not I hope this is the right file. Nope, that's not it. This is the one. Alright, I did it. See, I've been doing it. It's been happening. I promise. It's just, I don't always know if I'm gonna stream, and especially on weekends or days off that I'm like, oh, I'm here, I'm awake, I have my energy in the morning. I don't always do it on stream because I have the energy to do so when I am actually more awake earlier in the day, especially since I end up streaming pretty like late in the evening sometimes. By that time, my brain is not braining all the time. So it is worth it to sort of just think about these things. Put the effort in when you have a bit more energy. And again, I haven't really drawn anything for me in like so long, so I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea. We're just doodling. We're just making patterns. Just vibing. I think there will perhaps be some level of like, you're not doing anything. What's happening? And the answer is nothing. Nothing's happening. I have nothing to say in my defense. Okay. We're really just vibing here. Ranting about AI and drawing and doing both. Doing both at the same time. Okay, I'm sorry, it's too hot. I gotta put on a lighter shirt. I'll be right back. Hello. Yeah, it is the unfortunate reality of, hey, I turned on my computer and now my room is hot. It is summertime. I'm experiencing summertime. Oh, this shirt is also hot. I'm doomed. I am slightly doomed. I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Drink some cold water. That's actually, this is a good reminder to everyone. Maybe drink some cold water. Water is good for you. There we go. Drop some emotes on my head, no problem. Okay. Usually I start off with some warm-ups, but I already did my warm-ups today. So I'm just gonna lazily doodle things. I'm gonna lazily doodle, and by that I'm just gonna draw some circles. Draw some lines. Make some funny shapes. There is some joy to this, to just the ability to describe topology with cross-hatching and texturing. There is actually some point to what I'm doing here. Although I wish that my monitor would maybe jiggle a little less. Maybe I need a better stand. Maybe not. Anyway. The implication here, by the way, is... Oop. Oh, sorry. Boop. 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 And then there's, you know, like, yeah. There's a downward area there. Oh man. It is really hot. It's very, very hot. I usually need a task, a goal. One thing I'm thinking about, I guess we'll just chat for a little bit. Vulture, move us to speaking. Vulture, move us to speaking.
Moving to just chatting.
Thanks. I'm thinking about how to, like, design this space, right? I've got this nice area that exists. Like, I could do something in the background here. Like, maybe put, like, a desk here or something. Like, put a window, right? But we're out in space. We're in the middle of nowhere. So, thinking about the interior design for an exterior is a little difficult. I'm not exactly sure what should be done there. You know, I'm not exactly certain what should be achieved in terms of windows. Oh, you can't even see this. Oh, cause I didn't zoom out enough. There we go. We're at 75, right? That's right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now we have this. That makes sense. A little window. Ad break is starting. You guys might think about drinking some water, standing up, stretching. I certainly encourage it. Stretching is good for you. I will also be stretching and getting more water. So, Vulture, move us to AFK, please. Vulture, move us to AFK, please.
Moving to AFK. Moving to main scene.
Thanks. So, here we are. Just relaxing, chilling, doing our thing. As I continue to consider interior design. A lot of it is I want to just make a space, and currently I have what we'll call the roughshod idea of a design already blocked out in Blender. It is really just a space, right? And there's my little name card, you know. And there are some little stars in the background over here. But I feel like I can do maybe more. And my feeling on that is, well, first of all, I have to emphasize that I'm a loser. Lore-wise. I don't know how to better express that, but oh, you know what we should do though? We should hide the death counter. We're not playing Dark Souls today. I am, in fact, a little bit of a loser. And that is intended, right? It is not going to be I'm not about to unleash hellfire from the sky, you know? I'm not about to let out any cosmic blasts. I don't win any fights, you know? I'm literally just some guy. Literally just some guy. Here I am. Just some you know. Yippee! There's me and my terrible stick drawing. So a lot of the concepts that I come up with for a high fantasy setting, because this is a high fantasy setting, just some guy, right? A lot of the concepts I come up with tend to be very bombastic and very not suited for literally just some nobody, right? Which is, again, it's what I intend to be, is sort of proof of concept that you can do it, I can do it, we can all do it. I'm not especially special, right? It's not like I came onto this world better than anybody else with a gigabrain, you know, and unparalleled intellect or lightning blasts coming out of my fingertips. I don't have any of that. It takes me hard work to do things, and it's very much a if I can do it, maybe you can do it too, right? There's a sense of normalcy to being nobody special, just some guy. And so designing this concept is maybe a little tough, right? Blending ordinary person, extraordinary circumstances, which is really a lot of what it is. It's ordinary person, extraordinary circumstances. And I like to keep things somewhat on that angle. I have a Blender. Oh, I should update Blender if I haven't recently. Before we get into the Blender segment, if I decide to do Blender, I should definitely update Blender. Blender updated? Yes. Yes. Good. Good. Also, I should save this. I should save this file. Let's call it 2025-06-22 doodling. Doodling. Yes, doodling. The interior design confounds me. It does. I'm not 100% sure how to do interior design. I know that some people, they'll do this one, right? They'll be like, I'll just put together a screen here. I can definitely draw straight lines. These are not straight lines. This is dog. Oh, it's dog. Oh god. Okay. All right. So here we have our totally straight lines, our box, and here's here's streamer, all right, and here they are, and we'll give them a little hairstyle, right? This is streamer, right? Yeah, that's streamer right there. Okay, they're very popular streamer, and I'm gonna they have their box now, and they've got their little desk thing, right? And then they have their like background with their little bed, right? They have their bed, and they have their wall with like posters on it and stuff, and they have their, let me draw a line here, they have their like door. I can't draw a straight horizontal line. There we go. I'm trying to teach myself to draw horizontal lines without anchoring my elbow against my side, because I feel like maybe I should be doing that, but it's hard. Anyway, here's streamer, right? And then they have like their little speaking box on a boom arm, right? And here they are, and they've got their mouse pad, or their mouse pad, if you know what I mean. And they're chilling, right? And so here with this setup, right, they have like, oh, look at me, I have my bookshelf, right? The bookshelf should not be seen from the bottom. That doesn't make any sense. But yes, they have their bookshelf with like little toys on it. Let's put a frog in there. That's not a frog. Okay, like maybe now it's a frog. This is the worst frog I've drawn in my life. Anyway, it's a frog, and they've got their like potato mascot, you know, and they've got of course Qbert. I hope Qbert is not a real thing. I'm making up something. Uh-oh. It's real. It's a 1982 action video game. Qbert is real. Yep. Okay, I need a different name. I can't call it QB because I know someone named QB. I also know someone named Box. Their delightful mascot, N3, right? Because it's a three-dimensional box, so it's N3, and you know they've got their setup here, right? This is a VTuber by the way. This is VTuber. Okay, this is not a real person. This is the VTuber doing their VTuber thing. Recti. I don't think so, Faultier. I feel like if I call that mascot Recti, I think that for sure someone will be summoned out of nowhere to make a joke about what it sounds like. I think it's a little too close to some other choice terms that it's a little dangerous. Okay, so people have their setup, right? And it's nice and it's cute, and they've, you know, if they're especially fancy, they replace this door with like big glass windows that kind of, you know, there's like a city skyline behind it, and they've got their whole thing kind of figured out like this, right? There's an implication here that these people exist in real space and in a real place, right? I do not, right? I do not have that luxury of existing in a real place like a real person. And so this is just the night sky, right? That's not a star. This is a star, okay? And I don't really know how I would fit in like furniture. There's also no desk. I'm sorry. Are you guys getting a live stream from? I'm sorry. Let me be clear. There is a box out there. Here, I can draw a box. Oh God. Straight lines, my greatest weakness. This is dog, but it's fine. I'll do my best here. Okay. Also, hello, Fault here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in again. So somewhere in this, right? I'm just like chilling inside this box that's out in like space, right? Or if you prefer, it is I'll draw some ripples on the water, on the imaginary lake of water. Actually, I have literally drawn this out before for the animation I did last year, but there is like just an endless watery space, water, sea. A sea of space, right? And I find this easiest to do as a set of volumes. So just add another volume here, right? And then just like another volume there. Yeah, sure. Something like that, right? And leg, right? I'm just out in who knows where, right? Just in the middle of nowhere. Therefore, having stuff, stuff in the background maybe doesn't make the most sense. Lore-wise, I only really exist if I'm invited to exist, if I am observed, right? Which means if I am entering a game to be the protagonist, if I'm entering a story to play a role, if I am being observed on a Twitch stream, then I have the fundamental right to exist. But without that, there's not really anything there. There's, well, nobody. So, I'm Schrodinger's streamer a little bit. A little bit, yes. There is a lot of complicated lore behind it, but more or less we can summarize it just for now that way. I don't exist if I'm not observed, but I guess a little bit more. I don't exist if I'm not invited. Right. And consequently, the best way to get rid of me is to just say you don't want me around, right? Because you have that power as a viewer. The moment that I leave, or the moment that you leave, right, and you stop watching me, I cease to exist. Right? And as far as a collab goes, as soon as my collab partner goes, alright, we're done, like, I'm no longer there. The observers have the power to coalesce me, to put me into reality. It's a bit more complicated than that, honestly. I'm trying to really explain it in a simple way, because I think it's another key point that it's not so much that the characters can say they don't want me around. That's not enough. But the artists, the actual creators, the readers, right? They get that choice. Which is to say, here is all of you in reality. Here are game characters, and also we'll put kayfabe. That is not how I pronounce kayfabe, is it? Someone's gonna pop out of nowhere and get mad at me. Oh, it is. It's kayfabe. Okay. kayfabe, right? Book, character, etc., right? This is you guys? This is you. And in this wiggly space in the middle that no one is supposed to exist in, that's me. Right? That's the lore, more or less. Is that I am neither here, nor am I here, and people in this space have the ability to create this. Right? And observe it, and bring it to life, and bring it to reality. I cannot create a universe on my own. I cannot create a story on my own. I cannot create a reality on my own. I need to hijack. I need to be given permission. I need to be let in. I need to be allowed. And there's of course some meta context to all of this, right? There is the meta of, yes, when your collab partner stops cooperating with you, you're done, right? The story ends. Yeah, that's how I would, I guess, sort of describe it. This is the hard part about taking a 15-plus-year-old character and trying to ham-fist it into VTubing. But that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh man, it is actually so hot. My eyes are starting to sweat. And if they sweat into my eyeballs, I will be crying pretty soon because of this ult. So I hope that that does not happen. Yes. Yeah. But you know, to that end, right? No AC. Oh, the AC is running all right. The AC is running. It's just, you know, it's running at a certain temperature, and my room is at a certain temperature, and it's just hot, and I'm on the hot side of the house, and I have some curtains up, and those curtains do make the room a little hotter. I might turn the fan up one more thing. You guys will start to hear it at that point, though. I usually like to not have it on at this level, because, like, to be blunt, you can hear it in the background, and I really don't like that. But we'll make a sacrifice here for my health. I think you guys will be okay. Let me know if it's too loud. Yeah, let me know if it's like actually audible. I know that some people say it's not. I definitely can hear it when I go back to check my stream, but it may not bother everyone. Okay, so yes, I have this situation, and I'm not sure how to best create a background that vibes with this concept. I'll also say marketing myself as a big old loser is not my finest plan, right? It isn't exactly inspiring confidence in the viewership, but it is the reality of where we are. It is the reality of what we are doing. And I somewhat refuse to give it up. So we will simply win by losing. We'll just do better. Please, I wanted to sketch out the interior design a little bit because I have a Blender file that I was using some months ago to start to do that, and I realized maybe I should block things out on paper or on 2D before I start spending time blocking it out in 3D. That might be to my advantage. Possibly. 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 Alright. have also here's the other thing. I went looking for resources a few weeks ago, not a few weeks ago, a few months ago, going like, how are people making all these fancy backgrounds, right? Like they have these backgrounds for their streams that they're just kind of positioned in places. I guess if Falter is still here, maybe Falter can answer this question, right, as to where they got their background. But I've peeked around, and some people offer these as resources, and they go, "Yeah, here you go. I made this with AI," and I immediately went, "All right, never mind. it's a personal morals thing. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'd rather draw it out myself badly." Or like take a photo, I guess is the other thing. I might literally just like position myself outside a 7-Eleven. I have a photo of a 7-Eleven in another state that I'm not in anymore. And like I almost want to just pull that one up. This is from like 10 years ago. Pull that photo up, it was raining, and then just position myself with like a 7-Eleven in the background. Is that wrong? Is that wrong of me want to do? Yeah, maybe I should be a little bit more careful. But it's a little goofy. It's a little goofy. We do a little silly here. Yeah, the plan is interior design, just sketching and emotes, so we're just gonna do that. How loud is this background? It's so loud for me. Maybe I just let it run for 10 minutes and I turn it back down. That way, the room is just a little less hot. This is the other thing. Oh, we'll go here. Nope, not here. Here. We have a signatures thing, right? We have a signatures thing, and I don't know where to put the signatures if I'm going to do this design, right? I want to put them somewhere, but if they get really small, it'll be hard to see. It'll be a little hard to see. So, where this is probably the point at which people commission artists, right? They ask other people, they say, "Hey, can you help us? Can you do this?" Vulture, move us to main, please. Okay, I'll do myself. I don't care anymore. I'll do it. Yeah, so the question is determining how much of that I'm going to do myself, and what should the theme even be? What should the theme be? Part of me thinks about like this, right? But animated, because I could animate the water, but that means I have to record a video and put that up as the background, which I could do. I could do that. I just don't have a cohesive plan per se, and I don't really want to do that one. It doesn't exactly make sense. So thus comes the thinking part of the stream, where I think and then get decision paralysis for 2 hours. Yes, very good. 2 hours of decision paralysis will be wonderful. Sure, nothing bad will happen. All right, what horrors are happening? I'm sorry, I got pinned again. Apparently, some great horrors are happening. Oh yeah, that's a horror beyond human comprehension. Yep. Sorry, I'm in thinking mode, and I've already explained my thoughts. And I gotta think about these thoughts. Feel free to offer your inputs, by the way. I'm more than happy to hear thoughts, inputs, people using their brain cells for my benefit, even, perhaps. But right now, my brain cells are not being used for my benefit. My brain cells are thinking, what should I do? I'm trying to think about what other people do. I think Faultier is like in a warehouse, right? Is that right? Shall we investigate? Let's investigate. I'll just open up your thing here. I'm doing it live on stream. Alright, I know it's real. I know it's here somewhere. Yeah, it's like the inside of hello! Hello, Miss Cyan Aura VT. Hello? 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 Oh, you're in the car. Okay, well, hi. I can see you. I can see your messages. Hello. I hope your car trip is going well. Be safe. How am I doing? I'm doing fine. I'm doing well. I am thinking about visuals and interior design and emotes and just stuff. Trying to think about these things. Trying to investigate what other people have done in terms of interior design for their VTubing. This is the part where I sneak around and I see what other people have done. Why do you not have any past broadcasts? Where are all your where are all your past broadcasts? Where did they go? What? Where are they gone? Because you haven't streamed in 2 weeks. Oh, they're only kept for they're only kept for 2 weeks. Oh god. That's right. I didn't realize it was that long. Off-Kai exhausted me. 1 day was more than enough. Yeah, I have to say that's my opinion on that. Yeah. I went around to a few panels, I met Higami, and that was it. Yeah, it was an experience. I think, although I tried to make my own fun, it was a little tough, and I'm pretty bad at making my own fun. Pretty bad at entertaining myself, so I think maybe not one of those things that I will repeat unless I have a much clearer plan in mind. I approached it with a very relaxed attitude, and that usually works for me. But this time I just kind of got to the end and I was like, wow, let's not go back tomorrow. I'm done. I'm good. I've said this before, I think I make for a poor fan. I'm not a very good consumer of VTubing content. But I got some merch. That was cool. I spent a few bucks on that. Yeah, that was nice. And I went around and I bought some cream soda and I waited in lines. Yep. And I paid too much for parking. That was the experience. That was the con experience. Not much to say besides that. Yes. So the people that I bought merch for were Maka, Grimmy, and then Dustco. Yes, those. I think that was it. And then I got the Doobie plus somebody else Bart thing, Barrier Rapid Transit stamp. That was cool. And I got an extra Dustco card for some reason. But yes, yeah, I think that's really it, right? Is it's for dedicated VTuber fans, and I am not a dedicated VTuber fan. That is maybe a little bit hard to say, right? But I'm not a dedicated VTuber fan. So I think the cons are best for people like you're going and you're visiting with people. Like I wouldn't, for example, I wouldn't go to AX either, right? I like anime and manga. I don't like it that much, right? I think I'm just not good. I think what I realize is I'm also just not good at being a fan. I'm not good at being enthusiastic about things. My personality and my approach to things is very relaxed and casual a lot of the time. So sitting in lines and doing the whole thing, yeah. Although my like water plan, actually my water plan didn't work. No one ever asked me for water, except by the time that my water, like, I had pinned it to my bag with bobby pins, since I didn't bring a safety pin and I should have. But just coincidentally, near the end, I ran into somebody who was like looking for water, and I was like, I have something for you. I have just a thing. So by sheer happenstance and not because of the sign I put on, the water worked. It worked out. Which was a little funny, but yes, that was the vibe. I met one or two people. Yeah, I mean it was a con. I went and I have concluded that I am unlikely to go unless I go with other people. Yeah. Or like there's a clear plan, right? I probably just need someone to drag me along to places, right? Kind of need someone to be like, yes, all right, we're having a party, you should come. And I'll be like, yes, absolutely. I will go to the party. However, like, I'm gonna need to hold your hand, you know? Don't leave me behind, please. I will get lost and I will be shy and nervous and I will hide in a corner if you abandon me. That is somewhat the nature of the beast. Also, still thinking about this interior design. Honestly, I could make it like rest your weary legs traveler bar themed. The thing is I don't drink alcohol, so maybe a bar is not the right answer, but like maybe there's something there. There's something there for like, oh hey, you're stopping by. In a sense, in that sense, like if I had a more concrete theme, something that was a little less abstract, right? Then there is maybe something to say about, like, let's say that I'm Doobie, right? Then I can do like a ticketing station, right? Or let's say I'm a goat VTuber, I can do like the goat plains full of goats and sheep. Let's draw a sheep. What is the singular of sheep? Is it sheep? Sheep singular. It is also sheep. Oh yeah, okay. Picked up some stuff, sent some pics. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad you got some stuff. Glad you got some stuff. All right, this is this is all right. I should look at what a sheep looks like. Hold on. Sheep side profile. Side profile of sheep. This is the worst sheep I've ever drawn in my life. Sheep are more like this, okay? Yeah. All right. I'm a great artist, by the way. And then, do they have long tails. They have little tails. They got like this. Yes, that's a sheep. Behold my artistic integrity. I can't. Oh goodness gracious. Yeah. Okay, so you're in the car. Is this part of your full phase of transport? Speaking vaguely, but yeah, like that's what's happening. I hope that it is a safe process. Okay. So I'm gonna iterate some more, think some more about this. We have design themes here, right? We got space. We got time. We got void, aka nothingness, or non-existence. This is really the main one. Let me open up my... You're on day 2 of 2 moving. You get there tonight. Okay. Well, very much safe travels then. Safe drive. I believe in you. I hope in you. I know you can get there and all will be good and then things will be better for you and I know. It'll be good. I have somewhere in my docs, in my docky. I can't say that word anymore. I can't say those words anymore because they've become something else that means something else now. Now we can only talk about the forbidden Google Docky in private, in secret, when people aren't looking. The good old Google Docky. You'll be tired. Yes, yeah. Long drives do tend to be like that. They do tend to be quite exhausting. Let me just summon my drafts. I have I guess to this point, right? It's not just space, it's night space. It's not just time, it's a lack of. Where is the glitch docky cover? I don't have a consistent enough design for that, but maybe someday. Maybe. Also, I need a better butt. When I have a better butt, then we'll get there. Then I'll think more about this, right? All right, so we have this stuff, and then we have kind of crossing over from here, right? There are, star themes. There's actually void should be down here. Void themes. There's broken. My penmanship could definitely use some work here. Broken clock themes. There's time fragment themes. And there's of course the etched white outline, and of course the hardest part of this is integrating all of this into one consistent thing. I'm hiding it. I'm not hiding it. I promise I'm not hiding it. If I had a docky, I don't know who I'd tell first actually. Who would be the first to find out my docky? Maybe I could make it like a game, finding my docky. But who would even? The other thing is, who would even want my docky, right? That is a great question. Who would want it? Let's think about the docky for a second. Speaking of, when we're talking about this docky, right? I have thought about a few other designs. I think it's maybe about time for me to pull out something new. I've had this model for since November, so it's almost been half a year now. Maybe it's time to do something a little bit new. I kind of rested on my laurels because this thing took me like a month. It's a lot of work. But I thought about something small, maybe 2D or live or 3D. I thought about like a stained glass version. Like there's all the stained glass art out there, right, in like churches and stuff. Stained glass windows. And I used to do art that looked like stained glass windows. Not physically stained glass windows, but like drawing in that style of stained glass windows. I thought about doing that. All right, talk to you later. But yes, I thought about doing stained glass windows. Do a little wave. Just, yeah. And I thought about doing a very simple, like, chibi, small polygon, like, few pixels kind of thing. As for who would want the cyan docky, I have a feeling that quite a few people would. I have a sensation. But, please imagine the docky that just kind of looks at you like this. This is terrible. All right. Let's forget we ever do this. This is not my favorite docky of all time. Okay, so maybe I just scrunch this. Just scrunch it. Okay. And I'll lock this. I'll lock this. Can I still do this? Does this work? Oh, it does. Surprisingly, I'm allowed to do this with alpha lock. Shocking. All right, no problem. So I guess what I could do is this whole thing is taking up too much space still, actually. Make it even smaller. I need more space to work, to theorize. Okay. I like circles. So we could do like a circle. And then we could do, like, we could make the circle a clock. Behold, this dog level clock. With maybe some gears here and there. The gears are not really my style though, right? I do a lot of gears for Vulture, but I don't really do a lot of gears for me. Gears are her thing. But yeah, we can have this. And we could maybe make the edge here let me erase this out so it's a little bit more visually clear what I'm thinking. This is a standing zone, right? Could do this. And then we have this all kind of surrounded by water. This is water. And then we have, there's a horizon line somewhere, right? So let's say the horizon line is like, this whole thing would be tilted, right? Probably more this way. But let's just say there is a horizon line. Actually, it would be best understood if I just did a strong straight line like this. Here, there is a horizon line somewhere, right? And then above the horizon line, you have, you know, some fun little stars in space kind of thing. And if you guys have seen my schedule, this is a piece of it. Let me drag my schedule out. I have not done a schedule in a while. In quite some time. Not this folder. This folder. This folder. I haven't made a schedule in 9 months. Okay, let me just drop the schedule in here. So, back in the day, I used to make some schedules, right? And there were like time fragments on them. You can kind of see there's a time fragment there. So we can get maybe some floating time fragments, right? We can do a few of those. Just make some fun little time fragments, right? Time fragment, and just have these kind of float. And I could put things that I'm interested in inside the fragments, right? So I could put like I have to remember something. I have to use my brain real quick. Hold on. Oh, this is terrible. Behold. Is that really the size? Why do I feel like I'm being gaslit right now? No, it really is. For some reason, my brain said Faultier's eye patch was on the other side, but it's not. I know the scar is here, right? Right. Inside the old time fragment, right? That would be an option. The biggest problem with making this 3D is having to, I guess, adjust the video every time. Maybe I just make each part a little separate. This might turn out to be a bit of a project, but it's a fun idea. Or at least flex my skills again. Okay. And then I need to like cut some holes into this, right? Like this whole thing needs to be kind of broken. So I guess like this whole thing will be a little elevated, right? It'll be a little elevated. And then the water here will kind of seep in. Right, this whole section is here, I'll erase this part. Right. This whole thing will be somewhat filled in, right? With this, you know, space stuff here. I'll change this to this one. And we can fill this in. Yep. And I'll label this pretty clearly break in clock, right? Alright, so what am I missing now? We have the time fragments, we have the stars, we have the void. This should honestly do the trick. And then other things like my name or whatever, we can just kind of float them. We can just kind of float other things. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, so I have a concept now for the interior design. And by interior design, I guess it has become exterior design. It's become exterior design. I also forgot to change it to art. Oh man, when will I learn my lesson? When will I learn my lesson? Never. Never. I will never learn my lesson. Oh goodness gracious, I always forget. I gotta get better at that. I honestly used to be so good at keeping up with it, but I just have forgotten. All right. Let us think. Let us use our brains. We can do emotes now. We can do some sketching. We can work on this interior design. We have some choices. We have some options. I'm also finally feeling nice and chill again. So I will actually lower this fan. and think hard about this. I don't think I've sat down and constructed something for art in a little bit, so I'm at least going to do a little sketch, I think. So, do one quick one. Just keep up with what I'm doing. Holy moly, my shoulder's killing me. Why? Why is my shoulder killing me? Not enough stretching, maybe? Maybe that's it. Let me peek upon certain reference materials. Yes, let me observe certain reference materials, and we shall observe. We shall come up with a plan. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I gotta use my brain a little bit. Finding reference materials is very difficult. It is really hard. I need an actual reference material. There we go. There's a thing for it. Thank God. I was losing my mind. Was actually losing my mind here, trying to figure out what the heck I was doing. All right. I refuse to do things. Oh, so yes, I am still listening to Monster Train. Okay. Monster Train has such a good soundtrack, by the way. What a banger. Okay, it's really nice. It's really nice, actually. Go, there you go. All right. Let's just sketch something. I have not sketched anything just for fun and so long. Can't draw a circle. Cannot draw a circle. Oh my god. I am so out of practice. I gotta stop control Z-ing so aggressively as well. I think a little bit is I usually draw this circle and then I draw the other one, but yeah, it's whatever. It is what it is. Draw another little circle here. And then another one here. Right? And then the same distance up, actually. Like here-ish. Then there's the rest of the head. Ooh. Oh man, I'm out of practice. Why did... Who snoozed my ad? Which one of my mods snoozed my ad? Hold on. I didn't do it. Did I? Which one of you snoozed my ad? Not bad. Don't do that. We gotta let the ads roll. Like unless it's extremely important, we don't let the ads roll because there's something extremely hype going on. You gotta let the ads roll. Otherwise, what happens is people who walk in get ads, and I don't like pre-rolls. Is my stance. Essentially, I do not like pre-rolls, so we simply must live with ads. Okay. Or perhaps this is your sneaky way of keeping me drawing. That's also fair. Understandable. Okay. There is an ear here somewhere. Right? And the ear goes from here to here? I don't know why I'm doing this. This person doesn't even have ears. There are literally no ears. Alright. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Brain. There are no ears. I do this because I need this, right? And from this edge. Alright. I struggle a little bit with this one because I want this to be a bit more mature. And I find that getting that level of maturity is a little tough for me. Without maybe extending this out a little bit more and then just kind of really driving this in. Or I guess what I could do... Now, at this angle, it's just kind of hard, right? Like I could make this slope more intense. I guess one possibility is just let this ride out to here and then really drive it in like this. But typically we get like, this feels like a more masculine jaw. I don't know, I'm struggling. It's been a while since I've drawn a face. We're keeping it pretty casual though. Keeping it pretty casual. Just big chunks. I really have not drawn a face in a while. So much wrist. I'm actually desperately out of practice. What is this? What is this chicken scratch bullshit that I'm doing? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, whatever. Not drawing my comfort character, so it all falls apart instantly. Typical. Good enough for me. Alright. Let's actually take my break. I need to stretch. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, man. Stretching is so good for you and so important. I'm still stretching. I just started. Oh, help me. Really trying to get the stretch in. I'm really realizing with this sketching that I've been doing today, the brief sketching, that like I have lost so much of what I was good at. The confidence in my strokes, the way that I draw eyes even, they're so... It's just so not me. And part of that is disappointing. I find that quite disappointing. Even for something like an eye shape, it's chicken scratch. It's just so... I used to really have these long flowing lines and confidence. It almost feels like the more conscious I became of it, the worse it became. But it also may just be that I have not really sat down to draw something seriously in a while. Alright, stretching. Stretching is important. Right, back stretches. The important one, considering that my back is hurting. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh my goodness. Big yawn. Big yawn. I hope that you guys have been drinking water. Just like the water I'm definitely totally opening right now. Yes, this is definitely water. Well. I think I gotta get some off-screen time on this. Just drawing, sketching, taking some time with it. It's quite a thing. All right, so we have some choices. We could do an emote. I should check my emote list, actually. I think I have room for one more animated emote. Is that right? I have room for 2 more animated emotes. Yeah, we could do that. Or we could do the interior design some more. I'll be blunt. The emote would be that I'm thinking of something like it's like just wiggling a finger. Is that where the finger goes? It goes on the inside, right? It's always on the inside. No, no, no. Right? We do one of those. Like objection style. I don't know. We could do anything. We could do anything. The world is our oyster, you see. The world is our oyster. Anything is possible. Anything is doable. So, we'll do what we can do. I think I'll switch to Blender. Let's switch to Blender. Is there a thing for Blender? No. Okay. 3D. No, modeling? Art? Okay. I know someone out there for sure is using Blender right now on Twitch.tv. What are they doing? Art. Art. Software and game. Nope, that's person's in Godot. Art. Yes, software and game development. This is not game development, so I'm gonna guess I'll stay with art. And I'll just say Blender time now. It's time for Blender. And we can maybe change up the music a little bit. How about surely there's good music here somewhere. I'll find some. Don't worry. I have a collection. I have a collection. Okay, we what? Let's just listen to this for a little bit. All right. Let's boot up Blender. I have not used Blender in a long time. Here cometh the Blender. It's loading. Alright. Whoa. Whoa. What's happening? There we go. I don't know why it was locked in. Okay. This is going to be a lot of mouse modeling, not hand modeling, so I will not need this. Let's do some thinking. We're in 2025. New folder. We'll call this one Broken Cog C Clock C Test. Broken Clock C Test. There it is. All right. Let's start off with something nice. How about a gear? All right. Increase the radius of my beloved gear. We'll give it 40 teeth. No, but more teeth. I'll give it 60 teeth. You guys think 10 meters across is enough? 10's a lot. That makes this like 63-ish feet. edge to edge. Is that how much a meter is? 10 meters, 2 feet. 64. 60. No, more than 64. This times 2. 65 and a half? This is 65 and a half edge to edge. That's probably enough. That's a lot of space. Width. Alright, we gotta make this deep. We have to fit a clock inside this. So, I guess the thing is, like, I guess it's width, like, 1 meter top and bottom, right? Then can I just make this also 10? Right? Here, I'll leave this at not 10 just so I can see what's going on. Could we make this 0? That's an interesting shape. Now everything is kind of inset instead. But I'm gonna go with a little bit of this. I don't know what a pressure angle is. I probably need this. Yeah. Uh-oh. Curses. Never push Control Z. Curses. That's fine. Bring back the gear. There's a little bit of skew, but honestly no skew is fine by me. And then the conical angle is just how much of this looks like a pudding. And I'm gonna say no puddings for me. And then what is this crown thing? Oh, it's got like upward teeth. I don't think I need any upward teeth either. This is probably fine. Recenter. Yeah, that's nice. That works for me. I guess now the only thing is not every time. Something bad is happening here. I suspect I'm not supposed to do this. Right, can I do something horrible? Yeah, you can. But yes, this is definitely not what you should do. I'm actually just going to put this at like 5. What do you think about this? Let's just make this 2. Yeah, that's probably fine. And then ye old edit mode. Fill. Just hold F. Perfect. Nice. Very nice. Delightful. Very good. Let me take a peek back at this thing. You guys can't see it, right? So Clip Studio is behind this. Alright. Tell you what. There you go. This is probably enough, right? That's probably enough. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Outer gear. And then let's make a cube. And scale it on everything but the Z axis. Just make it big. Yes, very good. And I'll just take this face and yoink. Very good. Very good. Call this the C. Call this the C. Well, we'll come back to this one later. The C will rise at some other time. At some other time. Now I need to make a clock. So let's just start off with a cylinder and just scale my beloved cylinder out to like here. Oh, and just turn down a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Put this in a collection, call it clock. Create a cube. Scale this way down. Boop. Okay, C is not needed. I would love some sort, yeah, that's probably kind of what I need. Okay. This way. Yep. And then I need an empty. Where are my empties? Here are my empties. Call this empty. Oh, put this in the clock. What are they called? The little lines on a clock. Also, let's change the music. Let us change the music to something that is not spoilers for current content. Yeah, let's just switch to Chronopocalypse. That's fine. Boop. All right. So the cube, I guess. Digit line is what we'll just call it. Digit line array mod. All right. Let's go array. Oops. Array. Yes. Yes, array. We'll need 12 of these, and we will need them offset based on this thing. Hello, Plex Creates. Welcome to the stream. By all transforms, take this thing, rotate it on X, no, on Z by, what is 360 over 12? 30? Perfect. Fantastic. Let's have this line up. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. Shrink these a little bit. And then I probably want some more of these, right? Okay. So duplicate the digit line small 1. This is always fun. Get some silly things. But what I'm looking for is rotate on Z 30 degrees? No. Rotate on Z 10 degrees. Negative 10 degrees. Okay. And why can't I scale this on the local? I guess I should apply rotation. Why can't I just tap this twice? I've forgotten something obvious. Rotate. Well, there's a solution for this. Just draw a loop cut. Hello? And then just delete this. Fill this. Yep, that's what I wanted. Is that too small? Can I select this loop? Alt click isn't working? Am I on global only? What's happening? Ugh. I am missing something quite obvious. It's fine. I think we can fix it later. I'm not too worried about that one, honestly. Just like this. Duplicate again. Digit line small 2. And then again, rotate Z 10 degrees. Apply all and clock. The beginnings of a clock. Scale it on not Z. Should pick a number so that I can replicate it. About 0.8. Scale not Z. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. I feel like I made some clock hands somewhere else that I can probably steal from. Maybe. Maybe. Let me hide this for a second while I dig through some other files. I feel like I've definitely made clock hands at some point. I just cannot remember where it is. I think it's this. Oop. And a clock scene as well. Ah, here it is. I knew I had it here somewhere. There it is. I made a different clock at some point. I have this empty and this plain. Can I copy both of these? And then go back. Paste. Nice. Don't think too hard about how the animation is still going. It's fine. Rotate. This way? There is actual depth to that. How do I remove all these? Select all this. And then all this Clock hand empty. I probably should have parented. Setting the relative object for the other things, but this is fine. Gets the job done. Okay. Now nothing weird is happening. Perfect. Put it here. Rotate. What time do we want it to be? I think if the viewer is looking from like here, right? Let's say the viewer is looking from here. Let's actually, before we get any further, let me set up a camera. Camera. And then view cameras. Okay. It's not what I wanted. I wanted the camera to please align active camera to view. Thank you. Yes, this is what I wanted. And then I can just rotate this up a little bit, rotate this down a little bit, and think hard about this camera. Maybe the camera needs to be a little further out. So let me not insert keyframes. Zoom this out a little bit. Bring this up a little bit. And then maybe just bring it like a smidgen forward. Where is the outer gear? To here? Maybe bring it to like here. And then again, I'm just gonna bring it up like a little bit here. No. There we go. That works. Let's switch music again. To my beloved Enter Magnolia. Okay. Then if I move the C up just a smidgen here, it doesn't really meet the horizon. This is somewhat audible. But there's probably a better way to do it, so I'll Google. Blender, make ground meet horizon. No, not ground beef. Why'd you think I wanted ground beef? Oh, because it thinks I'm asking for meat. Yes, in infinity plane, thank you. Hello, Cammy. We're doing a bit of quick Googling. How are you doing on this fine Sunday? Been chilling, but it's pretty hot. I agree, it is so hot today. It is so hot, very hot today. Not really sure what to do about it besides run the fan and pray. Okay. So I think I moved this down a little bit. The clock can be seen a bit more. And then maybe I actually should just bring the camera up a little bit and then rotate it down just a smidgen. See more. Yeah, that'll work. And then this is so weird looking. Hold on. That's tripping me out. Remove this just until it is not in sight. That'll do the trick. It is a fake C. It does not have to be perfectly infinite. Okay. Let's duplicate our boy. Oh. Can I select everything? Select hierarchy. Yes. Duplicate. Yes. And then call this one second clock hand empty. I remember how to read analog clocks. Minute hands are longer. Hour clock hand empty. There we go. Okay. This is doable. It's happening. I just remember how this works. Surely, did I actually just make it a plane? I did what? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What did I... What is this? I did what? I wireframed it. Oh... Yes, okay, yes, I remember now. I wireframed it for a very specific reason. I wireframed it because I used a second material for glow. Yes, okay, it's all making sense now. This is secretly just a plane. So we'll shrink this. And then just scooch it back. Yes, very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Why is my delightful plane out here? Can I move you into the right spot? I was wondering what some of these are. Please get in the right collection, and then I'll call you minute clock and empty. Look at my pretty little reference picture. And we'll say hours to like here, minutes to like here. Behold, it's sorry, it doesn't make physical sense. I can't. I can't. I can't do it. It has to make actual sense. I refuse to make a physically inaccurate clock. Hold on. That makes me feel better. Right? It should be with the minute like 11 should be about a sixth of the way, so like there. I can accept this. This is fine. This is okay. I'm okay with this. All right. There we got a little clock. Now let's see the horror. Oh wow, it's nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? What do you mean it's all empty? Explain yourself immediately. Explain immediately. Come on. There's even a regular cylinder in there. You cannot be doing this to me. Oh, it's compiling shaders. Hold on. Compiling. Oh, I'm sorry. I scraped my head against the mic. It's compiling. It's compiling. It's compiling. Let it compile. I hope that this is using my Oh, it got mad at me for pressing save while it was compiling. My bad, Blender. I'm sorry. Don't get mad at me. My bad. Please. Please. Please don't do this. Please, I'm innocent of all these war crimes. Don't do it. I even pressed save to avoid this. Don't crash because I hit save. Oh, Blender. Thank you. Thank you for not crashing. There it goes getting mad again. All right. Okay. Promising. Not super promising, but promising. Getting this angle, I think I will need a different focal length. Can I do that from here? Output? Where do I change the focal length? Can I change it in the camera properties? Ah, here it is. Delightful. The big focal length, small focal length. Small makes things stretch real big. Big makes... I don't know. I don't know, I'm just trying to find the right one. What is depth of field? Sorry, what is this? Depth of field. Oh, blurs, but I don't need that. I don't need that. Okay, let's go to 85 because frankly 85 focal length is what I'm working with here. Just make the camera match. That feels better. Feels better. I like that. Okay. Now, Blender has changed since I've used it, and they redid the Eevee engine in a lot of different ways, including transparency and such, so I don't really know how to do this. I'll have to relearn it. Also, is NPR real? I'm looking through the add-ons. We should turn on Regify, by the way. We won't need it now, but I should turn it on just because I could use it. Okay. Once again, this is the part where I go dig out things. 3 a.m. time for you to make like a tree and boogie on out of here. Alright, take care, Lampenstein. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I have to think about where is GMT plus 2? Where is GMT plus 2? Hmm. Anyway, take care. Oh, I see. Got it. Yes, that makes sense. Okay. At any rate, yes, thank you for hanging out. Take care of yourself. I think I'm just gonna go fish out something else. I think I should have something here for this. What was the, oh, okay. This. The shader's gonna get mad at me for doing this, I'm sure. I really have to wonder if Blender is actually using my GPU. I sure hope so. It is. Okay. Do your best. Do your best, Blender. Hang in there. I know you're mad because I'm asking you to do rendering while I'm also streaming, but I know you can do it. Yeah, this does not look like what I remember, but I can most certainly steal it. I put light just for the sake of... what did I put light for? Just for some nice reflections? That's fair. Then I have the ground plane, which is being a ground plane. What is this random cube? Sorry. What is this? What did I do? Where is this? It's just a cube. That was my test cube. Understand? Okay. There is a plan at work here. Yes, there's a plan at work here. I think I must have used... Did I use geonodes on this one? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Let's just be lazy and copy my work. Copy. Actually copy both of these. What is on this plane? Is it nothing but a... It's glass? Hold on, what do you mean it's glass? Oh yeah, this doesn't go into anything. So it was not glass, it's just a texture. I can repeat that. This is acceptable. So I also set my world to dark. So copy my water plane. And go back here. Paste my water plane and hope for the best. I should not have done this while in material rendering. And break. That's fair. Okay, so here's the secret. Here's the secret. I'm just gonna... Oh, I copied the shins as well, did I? Okay, that's fine. I'll need those for later. In fact, the smart thing for me to do... This is gonna blow up my PC. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Do I have snapping? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's fine. I'm sorry, I did how many subdivisions? Oh my god. What is this? I understand why it's mad now. How many? How many? That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. My computer's about to get very mad at me. And I would completely understand why. I'm about to get in so much trouble. Okay, let's not snap anymore. This is fine. Okay. Any more than this, my computer really will blow up. This is probably enough. Nice. Okay, cool. The ad break is starting. You guys can appreciate the water shape. Where is everything else? Wait, actually, oh, because I did this. I don't need this anymore. Oh yeah, it's cooked. Nice. You can also see my fake shins here. All part of the plan. I'm gonna take my ad break, stretch, get some water, etc. You guys should also stretch and get some water. I will return. Vulture, move us to AFK, please.
Moving to AFK. Moving to main scene.
Hello. Did you guys miss me? I had to step away to serve some dinner and found out that the dinner... Oh, thank you. The dinner is literally full of garlic. And I don't mean it's very garlicky, I mean there's like literal chunks of garlic in it. So I'm suffering a little bit. It's somewhat disappointing, as this is normally my comfort food. And this is, I will say, this is not very comforting. I'm not being comforted by the intense amount of garlic. Oh my goodness. All right. So, let me just have a think about this. First of all, I need to make a few settings adjustments because this is not the texture we want to use. Shader editor, world. If Blender could not freak out every 5 seconds, that'd be good. Are you again mad? Are you... Something funny is happening here. The reflectivity is reflecting something that is maybe non-existing. I've made some setting adjustment and I don't know what it is. But for now we'll copy just this world output. It's almost to the point that I wish I had just, like, duplicated this pre-existing scene and then just worked on top of it. Which I do sometimes. You can sometimes get easy that way. Oh, that's just straight up garlic. That's just a ton of garlic. Just an entire chunk of garlic. Alright, hold on. Okay. Oh, you know what I did? I must have changed the viewport shading. That's probably it. Alright. Yes, I did. I changed the viewport shading to not use scene lights or scene world. I instead did whatever this is. Why do I have 2 copies of this thing? Why is there one that's called just 1? When did I get 2 copies? Oh my gosh. Please. Please, 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 please. How did that happen? Somehow I ended up with a 2nd copy. How? Okay, I'm deleting the original one. Okay, it's fine. We're using this thing. See, that's more what I was expecting. There we go. Alright. And there's a geometry nodes shader thing here for sure, right? Wow, that's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of stuff. Let me try to inspect what the heck I was doing. Definitely copied this off of some guy. I mean, what is that? Okay, so this was probably just added on with the EV update to make it not look like Garbo. So that it still works. So I'm just gonna take advantage of that. Fish out some more garlic. Wow, that's a lot of garlic. If anyone's out there wondering, oh my gosh, how does Glitch feel about garlic? What if we, went out for a meal? Not this too much garlic. Garlic bread? Good. Garlic chunks? Bad. Yeah, so okay, here's what I did, is I literally just used a principled shader with, where is this connecting to? Yes, the strength from the color ramp, which was what did I do? What did I do here? Yeah, okay, I maxed out the transmission. I just made a few adjustments here, I guess. I don't know what this thin film thing is here, by the way. That's new to me in Blender 4 point whatever we're on. But it's okay. This is not what I care about. What I really care about is the geonodes. Yes, geonodes. So what if I, for this water plane, can I see my geonodes, please? Where are they? There they are. What if I set the input collection to be clock? Does it work? It does, it doesn't, because I'm not thinking hard enough. Maybe I'm not thinking hard enough. No, it does work. I just need to put the outer gear also inside clock. There it is. Let's go. Perfect. Delightful. How you like them apples? Nice. I am happy about that. If you're wondering, hey, what the heck was that? Let's just go back to GeoNodes for a second here. I'll pick this thing. And you can kind of do your best to zoom in. I must have gotten this from somewhere in some of my projects, I am not against reusing what I've already done. And frankly, neither should you be. I don't think there's any reason to just well, there are reasons actually, but for the most part, in terms of making things, right? You should try to reuse what you already have. Okay, so as for what's going on here, we ignore the shader. And I can pretend to understand what I'm doing. I think it's this. Yes. So the color of the emission is the key thing here. And we are getting the strength of that. Let's say I just unplug this for a second here, right? Oh god. Oh lordy. Bad things have just happened. Why did that whole thing freak out, though, I wonder? What is causing this? Okay, so actually there is this mix going on. Oh, I see. Okay, so we are connecting this mix to this thing, and also the ramp, which gets the color attribute, which we are setting in our geometry nodes here, probably. Probably. I don't know. What was this? We're mapping proximity to some result. What was the result? Okay, yes, the output attributes are color result. Yes. Okay. And then we are using minimum here, right? Here, to determine the range. So we can just kind of amp it up real big if we want to lower it in. It is a range mapping, a negative range mapping, actually. Basically flipping the mapping. Yes, okay. Anyway, it works for me. I don't have to worry about it too much, but just, use your eyeballs. Copy this if you want it. I must have gotten it from a tutorial somewhere, but I gotta be honest, I do not remember where. So I'm sorry. I usually try to be very good about giving credit, but when it comes to geonodes and when it comes to these kinds of things, you get all this information from everywhere, and you start to really lose track of it unless you do it very fast, right? And I'm just pulling out things that I've had in the past. Okay. So look a little something like this. All right. Is there a full screen button? Shift space? No. Control space? That's better. Yeah, I fuck with that. The only problem is it's maybe not the easiest to tell that those are clock hands. But maybe that will change if we engage in some rotation. That's alright. I'm happy. This is nice. This is good. Okay, so we have a few more things to try to add on. Time once again to open up another file that I have from somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. Hold on. I literally made this last year for myself, but I'm very afraid to open. Some of these files are like they have me testing sculpts, right? And like drawing, like not drawing, sculpting like naked ladies, right? And if I open the naked lady file, like I'm banned instantly. so, um, so that's the problem essentially. Is like I gotta be really careful what I open. Where is that? I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah, this is it. So behold the void. Right, behold the void. Don't worry too much about this like dense fog of nonsensical bullshit. That will, yeah, there it goes. It's rendered, and I have the sign. So this was my original attempt at this many moons ago. Back in September of last year, right? Which, like, this worked. In fact, there's enough here to copy and steal that I might just steal it now. In fact, let's do that. Let's just take the whole thing. Frankly, yeah, honestly, all of it. All of it. Typically I would be careful with the framing, but like there's enough here that I'll just take it. I'll just take it. What do you mean copied zero? Copied zero objects, okay. How about you select? How about you select the, okay. Okay. Copied 4 selected object. That is, oh, because I didn't allow selection of these objects. This explains some stuff. Alright. Copied 10 objects. That's what I expected. Welcome to the void. Simply paste into the void. the fact that the sea is so much larger here, by the way, like, is a big sign that I have made the sea too large. It's probably too large. It's probably like it should fit in the box. It should really fit in the box. Also, why is it all pasted into proximity? I'm renaming this. Dump of who knows what. Okay. I would have liked the things to all be named the same, but actually, I really would have liked them all to be named the same. I would have very much liked if they would be labeled based on their collections. So I'm gonna just do that. Cube and text go under stuff. Yes, under stuff. Cube and test. Cube this. Call it stuff. Yes, that's a very reasonable name. Stuff. And then framing contains the fog cube, the personal skybox, and the plane. Did I not include my fog cube? I think I did. Fog cube, personal skybox, plane. Fog cube, personal skybox. Where's the plane? Where's the plane? We'll call this framing, and then I'll find out where the plane went to. Possibly they're just called similar things here to avoid overlap when pasting objects. Right? Yeah, the plane is just this. Okay, got it. Alright, this goes in here. And then all of this gets moved into what did I call it? What did I call it? Lights. All of this goes into a lights collection. There we go. And I will turn on, oh, I gotta turn this on. There we go. We'll turn off selection on the fog cube, because otherwise you'll keep selecting it. Same with the skybox. I don't think the plane is needed. Then I can take this bad boy and are you mad? Always mad about something. Scale not on the Z axis. This is probably fine, and then just scoot. Oh! From the top. Frankly, the right thing to do is actually just move it on this plane. That's right. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Good. And with this skybox, basically it doesn't matter that you can't see the horizon line because the skybox will cover it. Maybe. Is this skybox too close? Of note, it doesn't really matter that I'm outside the skybox because the normals only let you peek into the inside. So what if I feel like this is not glowing the same as the other one? I don't have composition on. Compositor. And I need to copy my composition from there as well. Compositor. Compositor. Use nodes. Excuse me? Compositor? Okay, yes, I'm allowed to paste. Here. Compositor. There we go. And with any luck, there we go. There we go. That's progress. The only thing is, in this situation, like the waves are not obvious enough. I think I need to add in some more lights here. But we have those. In fact, I think that's probably why I put the lights in on the other scene. For the sole sake of illuminating that other area. Also, we definitely don't need these random shins anymore. Yeah, those are not needed. It's a nice invisible trick, by the way, if you're wondering what those are for, right? So basically, I used this setup on these objects, right? That look exactly the same as the water. And then I just moved this guy basically to like here, so it was not visible. And you got the same effect. The outcome was essentially with having an invisible person radiating something in the water. So that gave the sense of non-existence that I was hoping for. Oh. Okay. Not be able to select this anymore. That thing is glowing so brightly. It is a Gondor calls for aid. Yes. View, align view, or a viewpoint. Okay. There was some weirdness there with the shift zeroing. Yeah. I would like to maybe reset that. Right. I want it centered, and I've done a bad thing here. At any rate, what is this other stuff? Ah, yes. Okay. So, can I select the hierarchy? Is this goofy? It's kind of goofy. How come A is not deselect? It is, it's just being a little silly. Okay. That's fine. Sometimes things are a little silly. Now, this ruins the one thing that I don't know where the signatures are going. I do not know where the signatures are going, but this is something. I'm dying from garlic. Oh gosh. Heavens. Alright. Alright. This is a lot of garlic, I'm sorry. I'm just unlocked by the garlic. It's a lot of garlic. Okay. So we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Also, is there just is there a deselect option? Shift A? Control A? Alt A? Yes, okay, so the answer is Alt A. I will start using that. Am I forgetting? I have a goofy idea. Is this, what? This is a curve. It's a curve. I have a theory. All right, let's test a new plan. All right. Curve. Bezier curve. No. NURBS curve. Where is it? Where is my curve? Come here. It's time to play, curve. Okay, we're going back down to this so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so the NURBS curve was not what I wanted. I'll say that much. Goodbye, NURBS curve. We're going back. We're making a different curve. We're gonna use a Why is it so hard for me? Just circle? Okay, select all thingies. No. What is the change thingy? I want to change the properties of these to be vertexes. Shift A? No. Control W? W. Set handle type. Vector. Yes, thank you. Now it's all coming together. Can I snap this? Yes. Yes, the snapping. It's happening. Alright, the plan is coming together. Behold. Oh, I just need these though. Behold, my ability to make a goofy looking star shape. Nice! It worked. I love it when things work. Fantastic. Okay. So I got this thing. And then... I should call this material something, huh? How about emissive blue? Okay. I can give this emissive blue. And then there should be a property here somewhere for shape. Yes. Shape. I don't want path animation. I think it's in geometry. Yeah, that seems right. .08. And then resolution 6. Don't forget your good friend Phil Camps. Nice. 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 Try not to get flashbanged. Everything will be fine. Why is it? Oh. Yeah. That's pretty good. I like it. I like it. However, I will be making a few small tweaks. Shrink this bad boy a little bit. No. Definitely shrink this guy a little bit. Yep, that's good. Don't need the resolution to be that fine. And I shall give you your own copy, my boy. And call this emissive star. Is there a random? Random. Random blender shader random color. I know this has been done before, I just don't remember how. Object info random, thank you. The truth is out there. Okay. I'll move this to its own thing and call it stars. Nice. Alright. Object info is what I'm looking for. And then from here, I will simply ramp? Yep, ramp. Boop. And actually, before I mess this up royally, let me just copy this color. And I will set you to this color. There we go. And then just plug this guy into my delightful emission shader. Yes, yes, very good, very good. And I will set you to constant. And I'll pick a few colors I like. Let's also just set these up properly. 0.8, 0.6, 0.4, 0.2. That way we have some even splits here. Set this to another color that I like. How about, I like teal. I'm a fan of teal. And then we can do like a pink. Like a pink. And we could do like a purpley. Yeah, like a purple. Like a lavender. And then we could do like a yellow, I guess. Right? Do a yellow. Throw a little light yellow in there. Nice. Okay. And then we engage in some duplication. It just works. I love it when things just work. Yay. Okay, this is probably too much. But I love it when things just work. Okay. So I'd be sitting here being like, oh my gosh, glitch. I can't see anything. Oh, woe is me. They're too. Oh wait, actually, I might have put them behind the skybox. Yes, that's why it doesn't work. It's not that they're too soft. It's just that they're behind my skybox. Okay, and then we'll just pump that up a little bit, and just select objects. And this is a curve, so I can do whatever I want and not have to worry. So scale on everything except the what? Does that not work? Huh? Okay, so regular scaling is in fact the answer. But I need to scale on individual origins. There we go. Look at that. Start killing a few. Whoa. Let's make the lights unselectable for now, so I don't make that mistake again. Hee hee hee. I'm gonna go with hee 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 right now. Hee 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 is pretty right. I will actually scale all of these down just a smidgen more though. Don't want them so distracting that they completely dominate the scene here. And I will also maybe just bring this down a little bit more. Hee hee hee. It's quite bright, actually. It's quite bright. But this is a functionally working plan. So I like it. I like it. Now there is a small problem with the clock. But this can be somewhat remedied by finding the clock, finding the camera. Just doing a little scooching. Doing a little scooching. Yippee! Honestly, it's nice. Okay. It's a little busy. Honestly, it's a little busy. But I don't hate it. So what do we do from here? I think I need the fragments. Right? I need the fragments. So I don't think the water plane should be in a collection at all. Or the camera, frankly. Like, I don't think I need either of these collections. And then this other dubious C probably also isn't needed. It's so bright. It's so bright. Oh god, I'm sorry getting flashbanged so bad right now. What is why? Actually, why? What is this shader? There is no shader on this object. There's nothing here. It's just it's just doing that. That's fine. Another ad break, at which time I will probably stretch and put away my food. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's build a time fragment. I'll make a cube. Build cube. And I'll just subdivide it once. Yep. And just start pulling on edges. I feel like I've done this before. I feel like I've definitely done this before. But there's no way I have not done this before, actually. All right, just pull this stuff out. Pull this stuff in. And actually, I think I'd like to make as much space as possible. There's just like one plane. Although when it triangulates, it's gonna get a little nasty, but we'll do what we can. The thing to do here is move this out, move this here. And then just sneak this out the top here. Move it that way. Oh, I just saw something funny happen. Yeah. You can, in fact, create something weird. Right, like it's doing some snapping. And it's doing some snapping because the I guess I'll tell you after the break. I'll tell you after the break. We will return. I'm gonna take a water break and put my foot away. Hello. Welcome back. welcome back, everyone. I realized that my new forbidden and very cursed video has just been posted. Yay. Wow. Wow, I can't it's so bad. It's actually so bad. It's something special. Yes, you can go to my YouTube now and find that whatever. I can't do it. Look, okay, so we're having this conversation, right, about squares, and you can see that although you would expect this to be sort of concave here, this line, Actually, the rendering causes this to happen because everything is calculated with triangles. In a situation where it doesn't know, like if I connect these 2 points, can I do this, please? I do not want to subdivide. I want to connect these 2 points, please. God, it's always something. Let's just put it this way. It is impossible to tell what this shape is. Right? It is not defined. So it does its best to use 2 triangles. Right? That's a triangle. That's a triangle. If I do a funny angle, you'll get some of those funny stuff. I actually I don't know why I can't split this. Oh. Yes, I see. Actually, the line is there. I just couldn't see it. Which is perhaps the worst part here, right? Is that this is the reason it gets very confusing. Because of the way the triangles work, you'll see there's actually no edge connection between these 2 points, right? There's no edge. There's no edge there. And yet it still renders. Because triangles. So, just be conscious of that, I guess. The point that I would go out of my way to avoid such a circumstance in which essentially you are forming this poorly defined thing. I think it's because this is breaking, right? You're like going past the reasonable line here. And it's starting to intersect on itself. Anyway. Behold. So we can just say this thing. Take this delightful little thing. And why is it as bright as the bloody sun? Let's solve this problem real quick. Okay, it is not any of these things. It might just be the compositor. It sure is. Because the default material is like that. That's fine. That's okay. That's alright. Here, I should call this emissive star rand color so that I do not forget. And I need a new material. This one's good. This one's good. Nope, no plus. Wireframe modifier, wireframe, there it is. And we will not replace the original. Oh, okay, yes, we will not replace the original. I got a material offset 1. Hold on. Okay, the wireframe modifier is doing its thing, that's fine. Not replace the original. Turn this off for a second. For any material, make it a principled BSDF, sure. Why is this still as bright as a bloody sun? I am missing something obvious here. Also, I should label all these darn colors. Let's go through and do that. Before I regret my life later. Hey. Star texture. What is this blue thing? What is using this blue thing? Probably clock hand. Fog. Fog volume. That's what this is. Clock hand glow. It's nothing. Nothing. Blackness. Darkness. It's literally just a black BSDF that I made for testing. What is this? I think I know where this is coming from. Yeah, Fog Cube uses fog volume. Skybox uses star texture. Water plane uses the forbidden water plane material. Yeah, but what is this thing? What is using this? It's literally not any of these things. It's not these things. Okay, so that's what this is? Clock hand metallic base. It's very pretty. Alright. That means I was wrong about something else. This is mystery blue. What is the mystery blue for? Who is using mystery blue? Oh, it's my plane. Oh, it's my framing plane. Yeah, it's okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll call this framing plane blue. Now I know. And go back to darkness. Use clock hand glow. Full of questions again. Like, why is this not working? And where are my brain cells? Ah, here we go. It's so ugly. Oh, it's so ugly. Okay. Let's go back to this material and rename it, semi-clear. The transmission pretty high. Let's bring this closer so I can see what I'm doing. Hello. Oh, yeah, okay. Probably have to do like this. Maybe this is not possible in EV anymore without like specific nodes for it for displacement and thickness. If I go to the water plane material, like, let me just copy this, which I know works. Right? And go back to semi-clear. Say I paste this. Plug it in. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, it does not. It does not work. So probably need these things. Which seems like a stupid hack. It doesn't even take thickness anymore. 4.3. I don't know what I'm doing anymore with this. Let's just look it up. Blender 4.3 transparent glass. Yeah, your updated video. What version am I on, by the way? About Blender 4.4. Okay, let's do 4.4 instead. Docs. Glass BSDF. Only pure white will make it transparent. Glass shade tends to cause noise due to caustics. It helps to combine this with a transparent shader for shadows. I'm not too worried about shadows, honestly. I'm gonna be lazy. Let's just be lazy. I think I probably have to turn something on. Like I would expect to just see right through this. Why is this not working? Okay. Proposal. Might be because it is not in a light source. Such things do happen. Okay, that like kind of works. Yeah, there are some reflections here. The glass is probably not what I want, probably want transparent. It's translucent. Blender translucent. Show me what translucent BSDF is. Yeah, translucent might be what I want. Just bring this back. Why am I a goober? Why am I a goober? That is unable to understand how simple light objects work? Alas, I am simply too much of a goober for this. Okay, transparent it is. So the problem here is that I am hoping essentially for this object to be like semi-translucent from the front, and the wireframe trick is not gonna help me basically. Like it like partially fades out the back, which is fine, right? That's okay. So I think I need to work on this. Make a copy and just call it fragment exterior. And then if my brain is good enough, and just pull up a Fresnel. Should pull up a Fresnel with an emissive. And move this up. Temporarily turn off wireframe. Is this not the first object now? Do I not understand how materials work? Like, isn't the top thing priority? I guess I don't understand how this works. Blender, material, properties. Show me the guide. Material. Setting up materials. Material slots, this is what I want. Something is very funny here. Here's remove the semi-clear. Yeah, Fresnel is probably best on a sphere, I guess. Probably best on a sphere. My ideal world is that I have the edges light up. But have the rest be see-through. Semi. It's also very dark. Right, this is the other thing, is that it's a very dark scene. So the amount that I can get away with just by lighting and such is not right. there's a stupid plan I can try. Let me just see how this works. Yeah. See, it does work depending on the angle of incidence, right? Depending on the direction you're looking at this thing on. Which is why it's best for spheres, you can get like the outer thing to work right. But Fresnel's not it. Fresnel's not it. Hey, it's curves info. Blender, light up outside edges. Glow only on edges. There are some funny things to be done here. I guess people are really recommending a Fresnel. Which, you know, I guess, sure. There should be something here that, okay, before I go too far on this, right, let's take this, let's make a duplicate so I don't lose the original, make this unselectable, and now let's troll. Bevel. This is a silly thing that I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, honestly. It doesn't really make sense to me. It's not exactly a plan of action. It's just a silly little object. I think I'm better off actually working a bit more to make this the thing that I want it to be. And I could frankly just select the edges and make the edges do it. I'm just being lazy. Honestly, I'm being lazy. Okay, cube, right? Cube. Subdivided cube. Turn this off. And I will simply check the number of edges I have. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Great. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically, slightly more than 8. I like bisect this one, which I guess I could do. Right, I just select this, this, and this. Subdivide, right? And then dissolve. Where's my dissolve? Dissolve, right? There you go. Now you have that shape. Bring this down a little bit. And bring this up a little bit, bring this down a little bit. Oops. This. I would like to connect these 2 points and not flashbang everyone, but you can't get them all, I guess. There should be a cutting tool, right? I think there's a knife. And confirm. Brilliant. Behold my knife. Now let's make sure it actually works. What? Okay, yes. Holy moly. Grab tool. I'm dying here. Deselect. Grab tool. Okay, thank you. Lord. Okay. And then just scoot this here. Yeah. And then I would just kind of tuck this behind. And I need to move this point here, move this point here, move this point here. It's one of those things that maybe I would almost want to construct completely raw rather than making it from another object, but that's okay. I will just dissolve this. And dissolve this. Nope. Okay. There you go. Cube. All right. Bring forth the cube. And from here, materials, semi-clear. Probably not what I want anymore, but I can use that as a baseline for honestly, probably what I want is something slightly metallic. It's probably the most likely thing that I really want. No, this isn't quite what I want either. Transparent. Give it a funny color. Oh, sorry, clip the mic there. Translucent? No, not translucent, not transparent. Not glass. Glossy, maybe? And then can I mix these two? What's the node wrangler thing? It has been so long since I've done this. It's not alt? Is it alt control? Is it alt this thingy? Is it shift alt? Nope. Is it control left click? Alt left click? Alt shift? Why can't I remember the simple node wrangler thing to mix two things together? It was in fact shift control. Okay. Okay. And where can I turn off backface? Is this silly? Because part of the problem is I can see right through this object, right? Yeah, I can see at the back. So yeah, I can use goofy backface culling. There is a line that exists that's straight garbo. What is the forbidden garbage line? It is whatever is connected to that thing. Yes, backface culling. Very good. Very good, very good. Alright. Okay. It's control shift, but apparently I don't know how to do it. There we go. I want like a very light blue. That's green. Yay! Causing problems on purpose. Yay! Okay. It's ridiculous semi-clear. What was my other thing? Fragment exterior. Okay, let's get a little silly. Selecting only these edges. Pick fragment exterior, assign. Not quite it. I was hoping to select only the wireframe bits. Maybe I can do something fine with the wireframe here, actually. Wireframe. Yay, wireframe. It's so goofy looking, I can't stand it. What is boundary? Support face boundaries, that's not what I want. I can pick a vertex group. Okay, let's make vertex groups. This is what I want. This is what I need. Yes, very good. It's all coming together right now. Okay. Where's my ability to select? Hello? Where did the button go for me to? Oh, I can only do it in edit mode. Yes, okay. Select. Select. Oh. Deselect. Select. Okay. Vertex groups. Assign. Okay. Okay. Wireframe. I should call it something. Visible edges. Okay. And then I can select all of this. And I can go to my materials and I can... Actually, what I should really do is unselect all of these and assign. What? Okay. Yes, like this. Go here. Go here. Visible edges. What? What? Gotta say that result was not on my bingo card. Something is weird here. Okay. Let's just select one vertex at a time. Alright, select these, assign. Select these, assign. I think I have to put in some fake vertices. Select these, assign. And then this material should also not do backface calling. Cursed. Cursed. Cursed, there's no back because it's a wireframe creates a object that doesn't have a back. The back is inside the object. Okay. I'm getting memed on. I'm getting memed on. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So I'll just select this, and then I'll just subdivide, and then I'll just scoot that bad boy right there. Yes. It worked even less. What do you mean? What do you mean? How? How? Subdivide. Scooch. Wow, it's cursed. Okay, that's fine. I'll select these two things. Go to my vertex group. Remove them. Yes, very good. The plan is beginning to come together. Just scooch. There we go. Just have to add fake vertices and everything will be fine. Okay, I can do that. I can add so many fake vertices, you don't even know. Look at all this. Look at all these fake vertices I can create. I'll do anything for the bit. Okay, I will need this within edit mode. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I need the okay. Yeah, that's the problem. Alright. We'll hand edit. Oh, never do this. Never do this thing that I'm doing. This is such a mistake. Select this, subdivide, scooch, remove, subdivide, scooch, remove. Subdivide, subdivide, scooch, and remove. Okay. It's closer. Few more tweaks. This, subdivide. Subdivide again. Do not ask me how I can see these vertices. I don't know either. Remove. It is a great question I don't have an answer to. Select this, select this, subdivide, scooch, remove. Am I finally free? Not quite. One more. This one. From here to here to here. Ah, this whole connection. Okay. Subdivide. Remove. Subdivide. Remove. Subdivide. Remove. Subdivide. Remove. Did I screw this up? Smidgen. A smidgen. Yeah, there's a little bit of a screw up here, which is that like these points are meant to be linked up. So grab the knife. Perfect. Deselect everything. Can make this thin, and then just scooch this in as close as I can. Frankly, I should just move it all the way in. And just remember not to merge by distance later. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Now, of course, the Fresnel thing is big worthless, right? Like, this is not actually going to help us. But we can do that. Just on the edges, right? And the ad break has come and gone. And I have not moved. Alright, so now you're wondering, what the heck? What is your silly plan here? What are you planning? You goober. You goob. What can you possibly do? And the answer is select, 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 select. You sign. Actually, not that. Not that actually. Take this. Just make a duplicate of it. Right, basically on the exact same axis, just a little in front, right? And then I can take these things and assign it to this. To be a new material I call my image. And drop in an image texture of my choice. I will pick one now. I'll pick wow, this is the hard part. Where are my memes? Where are my memes at? Blender also does not have a very good like file navigation system, unfortunately. I guess it's like maybe it's better than it used to be. Can I just do this now? Yes, okay, it is better than it used to be. Random extras. Let's pick something with a transparent background. Like, yeah, this one's good. So we'll go up to static assets, avatars. I'll pick which one's V2? This one? Connect. And where's my mapping? Why are you rotated? Why are you rotated? Oh my god, this UV projection. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just rotate. Boop. Boop. Do not repeat. Just clip. Can't have anything in this house. Yep. This. I'm going to drag just I want to keep the scaling consistent, so any value please. Yes, that'll do it. What? What? Oh. Okay, I need to do scale in the reverse. Alright, I will learn my lesson at some point. How about I just do clip it? Okay. Where is the stupid image? I know I'm in there somewhere. Is this how it's gonna be? I guess it is. Okay. Position. A little bit of guesswork. A little bit of guesswork. Okay. I'll get my vector now, or actually just my straight value. Shrink. Position. Right. And why are you mad? Can't have anything in this house. Oh, is it because there's no lights in the scene? Huh? Little baby can't function without his lights? God. Where is the darn alpha clipping? Come on. Where's alpha? It sure is not pre-multiplied. Where is the... Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Oh, everything is moved around. I don't know where things are anymore. Blender 4.4 alpha clip. Okay, new process. I think the best thing to do is just ask how to do a transparent image texture in 4.4, 4.3, rather than trying to work around something that didn't exist before. Okay. So I gotta use a principal. I don't want to use a principal BDSDF. Like I just do not want to use one. Where are my shaders? So the problem with the BSDF is I don't want this to act like a real texture. I don't want it to be a texture. I don't want it to be a whatever BSDF stands for. A shader. I just want it to be this straight underlying color, just with the alpha removed. And apparently that's super hard. Blender image texture without BSDF. Yes. Okay. This should be doable if I just take a transparent BSDF. And I'm dying. I'm dying, Scooby. It's over. Mix shader. Okay. I'm going to try something stupid. Plug this into this. Plug this into this. Plug this into this. Plug this into this. It was so close. I'm so close to glory right now. Ramp. Just flip my beautiful children. Okay, yeah, just put that in there. Okay. This stupid plan isn't working. BSDF drive principled BSDF. Fine. Fine, you piece of garbage. Fine. Alright. As you wish. Okay, as you wish. As you wish. Oh, you know what? Wait, where's the toon shader? Do we not have toon shaders? I thought we did in 4.4. Do we not? Plan. Blender 4.4 toon shader. Don't we have one? I feel very confident that there is one now. Toon BSDF. Yes. Cycles only. Oh, come on. Cycles only. Cycles only. Okay, fine. 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 I'll just keep Googling. Okay. There's a new plan. I'll just use the diffuse. It's fine. It's gonna be so fine right now. It's gonna be so fine right now. I'm gonna be so fine right now. I'm just going to remove this. Okay. And then I'm going to remove mix. Okay. I'm going to create a transparent one. Yes, very good. And then I'm going to mix these two things together. Yes. And then I'm going to plug color into this. And I'm going to plug the alpha into this. And I'm going to plug how's it worse? It's a I'm at a loss, actually. I don't. Is it because that's the top of the image? Something funny is happening. Like, to be absolutely clear, right? What I'm hoping for here, if I can just deconnect this, is that, like, if I just, oh, I picked translucent first of all. First of all, I picked translucent. I want transparent. Okay, this. This. I was hoping for some direct, beautiful colors, right? Like I want this level of color. I want this, and I can't have it because I'm not allowed to have rights. For some reason. Blender 4.4 transparent image without BSDF, please. No, it's not that I don't want to use the principled BSDF. I just want to... I know it's transparent. I know it in my heart is transparent. This thing is definitely transparent. I'm losing it. Look, with like nothing else the same, I would want these to basically be matching, and they don't. And they don't. Okay, I guess there's one final way. It's gonna look ugly. I don't want to do this, but there is one other way. I guess I could do this. Right, like these are fundamentally the same for some bloody reason. Don't ask me why. It just is. Right, like this is actually the same for some reason. And as long as you have an emission of like 0 or 1, it's like actually the same. Which is weird to me, but yeah, I guess that works. I guess that's what we're doing. You can actually fade it out a little bit if you want, or just is there an opacity? No, there wouldn't be. There would not be. Like if anything, you're just going to put, well, I'm not gonna worry about it. I am going to worry about it. So here's what you do. Just put in a ramp right here. No, that's not it. What you do is you clone this and group these again, and then just fade this out like this. There you go. Okay. There you go. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work. Okay, but we got it. And then we can just scale the whole thing down as an object at that point. And then just go back to our material, go back to fragment exterior, just pump the strength on this a little bit. Can decrease this just a smidgen more. Can I create an input for this? I would love to. Is that possible? I guess not. I guess just copy it a few times. Grab these guys. Pump the emission on that a little bit, just for funsies. Okay. Maybe too much. Maybe that was too much. Just a little bit. Just a little bit for fun. Now, I don't know why this thing looks like it is, doing that. Where is my actual clock? Hold on, where's my clock? Disabled? Oh, it's there. Just hidden underneath the bright, blinding lights of whatever this is. It wasn't that bright before, so I wonder what happened. I'll call that a mystery. Okay, am I allowed to put a modifier on an entire thing? No. So let's just disable this for a second. And then select this. I'm getting overwhelmed. Digit lines, outer gear, clock. Right, all of these I will need. Duplicate once. Join. Oh god. No. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Deselect everything. Internal cylinder, outer gear, what? One, two, three. Duplicate once, join. I just want a copy, please. Alright, I'll do it by hand then. Do it one at a time. What is my cube one, by the way? Oh, I'll call this fragment. Okay. One, two, three. Wait, why is this not selected? Oh, this. This. Duplicate. Apply, select all. Okay, that's one. And then the last thing is the outer gear, which we will just bring to here now. Join. Okay. Why do we need this? We need this so that I can do a Boolean modifier and crack a hole. So clock to be broken. Let's just make a plane. Hello, Cam. Thanks, Cammy. Thanks for the check-in. Many thanks for the check-in. Perhaps this time we will get what we wanted. It's still very, very bright, and I don't know why that is the case. Oh, that's fine. I'll take a second here and look at the world. Yeah, I guess. Meh. Alright. Turn on my beautiful... Let me hide a few things. Okay. Just grab this. This is a bad way to do it. Actually, this is just a bad way to do it. I should know better. The better way to do it is just start with a single vert. I've lost my single vert. Okay, single vert. And extend. Extend. Actually, let's bring it back down a little bit. Extend. extend, 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 and then bridge. Select the whole thing, extend straight down, move the whole thing straight up. Oops. First, bring this up, fill the whole plane, then extend it straight down. There we go. Now I have this little spike, and I do this, and I add a boolean. Is this the right thing to do? Bool tools? Blender bool tools. Yeah, give me the documentation. Wait, do I have bool tools? Preferences. Yeah, I have it. Blender bool tools. I need a quick how-to. At least where the stuff is located. Yes, strong bool tools. Okay. It's in the end panel. There it is. Uh-oh. Poop fart redeemed first. Alright, congratulations, poop fart. You've done it. You're once again first. I should have connected these points. How are you doing? What is this dog? Personal best, yeah. Personal best. Okay. Clip these things together. Okay. Select. Wait, what happened here? Getting into Magic on Tabletop Simulator is pretty fun and difficult. Oh wow, are you playing Commander? Or Modern. What's your flavor? I am a magic enthusiast myself. A little bit of magic enthusiast myself. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's the problem. I can't fill this without lifting this whole thing up. Wait, one game of commander lost to 60 damage one turn. Yeah, Voltron be like that. And with pyramid decks, you don't know how you're supposed to strategize beforehand. That's a ton of fun though. Yeah, one of the things I like to do with my friend group when we play Magic is I will just say, hey, somebody choose a commander for me. And I will net deck one. I'll just grab one deck off the net that I've like never played before. I've never played this commander, never touched it. And I'll just play it for one game. Final Destination, one deck only. So one try to pilot a deck at a theme before I essentially retire it. It's fun. It's fun. I think I just let it go. Let's stop worrying about it. Like this one difference. So first of all, let me do this. References. Can't I set the mode to not be destructive? Brush booleans, got it. Okay. Yeah, I would very much like to be left with a plane at the end of that, right? Also, surprising that that works that way. It does not work the way that I expected to. I'm simply more confused than I was before. Tell you what, apply. And then can I just do this now? Yippee! I love it when things go well. Okay, it's not going well anymore. It almost went really well. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Can I see into that object? Is that what I'm seeing right now? No. No, I can't. Okay. Alright. Now, if I was using my brain here, I would probably have thought to apply some materials first, or and this out a little better. Destructive booleans and all that. But here we are with me not doing that. Here we are with me not doing that. Same shit, different day. Turn the high beams back on. Okay, so I think the fog is like not necessary. Well, I guess I like didn't notice it with the compositor. Probably do without the fog. Let's go back to not having a flashbang. And ponder colors, ponder plans, ponder. What do I want color-wise? I would like this to be non-destructive, I guess, in the future. But let's just work on this for now. What is the cylinder? Clock base. Call this clock base. Metallic. Can be a little brown, I guess. I do not know why it is so fucking bright. Actually, I do know why. I know exactly why. I maybe in the compositor have set this really high so that the background lights are bright. Yes, maybe I did that. It's possible. It's possible I did such a thing. Maybe. More clock base. I think I should make this a little darker, honestly.
Poopfart said, "You ever just omega lambda omega 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 omega lambda omega?" That is so bad to the bone. Delta 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 club suit spade suit heart suit diamond suit club suit spade suit heart suit diamond suit club suit spade suit heart suit diamond suit club suit spade suit heart suit th te eff ataju or et tada ta lalwas syououtotos satya articulated lorry delivery truck articulated lorry delivery truck articulated lorry delivery truck. Did you know? Did you? Did you know? No. Did you?
Speaker bot. Skip current message. Settings. Speaking options. Right. I'm going to send you to jail. I'm going to send you to mega jail. Give me a second while I send you to mega jail. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. You're gonna go right to mega jail. Just give me one second to figure out how to send you to Mega Jail. Then it'll be fine. This is going in helpers. That's fine. All right. Let's have a little look.
Poopfart said, you ever just Omega Land Omega
Vulture,
Omega
stop
Land
speaking.
Omega Omega Land.
Yeah. 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 There we go. I guess thank you for forcing me to make that. Yep. So now I can't be trolled anymore. I mean, I suppose it was gonna happen at some point. Kind of like when people set their bit donation minimums to 1 bit and have TTS on it, and it starts getting out of hand. But yeah, I can do that now, and I'm going to use it from now on. So I can stop people from trolling me. There we go. I guess it's for the best that I was trolled with articulated Lori underscore and not everything else. Normally there's a 30-second limit, but I guess there isn't. Should we test it one more time?
Poopfart said, you ever just Omega
Vulture,
Land
stop
Omega
speaking.
Omega Land Omega.
Nice. And Vulture also goes away.
Poopfart said,
Vulture, stop speaking. There's nothing I can do about it. About the max message length. It's whatever Twitch's max message length is, which is, I think, 340 characters. So, yes, I'm aware of that fact, that there's not a lot I can do about that. If I'm going to use the mechanism, right, that lets you redeem with a message, then I just have to follow Twitch's rules on that. So, yeah. And there are plenty of ways to use about that many characters without you know, none of that. None of that. That is yeah. So here we are. Here we are in a brave new world in which I have the ability to just say, "Hey, Vulture, stop that." Honestly, it feels a little rude, but if I gotta be a little nicer to Vulture, she might not even register it. Okay. It's 500. That's surprising, because I don't think I'm allowed to actually send a 500 character message normally. I think I'm limited for some reason. I thought it was 340. But alright, well, it is what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Fair enough. Maybe a limitation of like streamer bot or something instead then. I've forgotten what the shortcut is to change these all at once, but that's fine. Maybe if it's a privileged which gives to huge spenders. I don't think so. I doubt that. I think I can cut these, right? That's probably fine. I would like this to break. Staring from the top. Create a single vert. Lose track of my single vert. Where are you, boy? Yeah, immediately lose track of my single vertex, of course. Okay. Mesh, single vert, add single vert. Where is it? Oh, I gotta go. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. I really don't know where this vertex is. Okay, apparently it's there. What is this, like, ghoulishly small vertex? Oh, I was on the wrong select tool, obviously. Obviously. Single vert. Okay. Extend, 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 cut, cut, cut. Extend. Cut, 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 join. Select. What am I working on? I will show you in just a second. Let me just put this into place. Hide this for a second. Working on a background for my just chatting segment. Yep. So you can see kind of the original plan just above my head there. And we have this whole thing set up now. So that is what we're working on. Do not worry about the flashbang. We will fix that. And then once we kind of get this all figured out, we'll just render out like, I don't know, however many seconds it takes. Frankly, 15 is probably fine. Maybe 30, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. And we'll see what we get from there. So select this and this and do a difference. Well, the cutting block, I guess. remove it from. Yeah, neither of these need it, and neither of these have it. And it was non-disruptive, which I'm most happy about. And I think I can move this around. Not quite. Not that easily. But it's fine. It's alright. Okay. Take this one. Go to ye old animation timeline. Not 3D port. Why did I go there? Timeline. Jump to about 10 seconds. 10, sorry, not 10 seconds, 10 frames. Maybe. Can I do this like minus 60? Is math possible? Sorry. This minus 60? Kind of? Yes, kind of. I'd like minus 180. Let's see if that actually works. Nice. No, 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 no. No. Absolutely not. If this was in Unity, yes, probably. I would probably try to get that to work. But this is a Blender video at best, right? It's just going to be a video that sits in the background and play like loops over the same 30 seconds or so. Although, I foolishly have made an immediate mistake. I actually wanted this to go backwards. I remember that was part of my plan. So actually, let's do this minus 360. Oh, sorry. Actually, plus 360. Oh god, alright. I forgot I had that on that button. I always forget. I always forget. I always forget I have that on that button. Okay. So, should I just pick a number of frames? Like how many frames? All right, let's think this through. There are 12 hours in a day. No, there aren't. Sorry, there are 12 hours on the clock. 24 hours in a day. 12 hours on the clock. So let's say I do 24 FPS. 12. I do 12 seconds of clock spinning. I guess I could. That comes out to a 12-second video. So, sure, I guess. In which case, the right thing to do here... Hello, Gareth. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The right thing to do here is copy this and do some basic math. Sorry, my math is failing me. What is my render speed? When I render to video, yeah, frame rate is 24 FPS. Okay, if it's 24 FPS, then I gotta think 24 frames. Yeah, do this every 24. Kind of fast, isn't it? Maybe I want to do every 48 frames instead. That comes up to a 24-second video. Blender might implode for me doing this, actually. Blender might, like, literally just get mad and blow up at me. 24 is a lot. However, I am silly. Let's do 58. And then this is plus. Oh, it didn't get mad this time when I hit the plus button, huh? Oh, because is it the minus button up there? Yes, it is. All right. This feels fast. So we go to 72 instead? It still feels fast. So what do? I could slowly and painfully make a minute-long video. Like what I render out. What is this number? 4 times 24 times 12. 1150 frames? That seems like a lot of frames. And 4 times 24 is 96, I think. Yeah. Okay. Even that still feels fast to me. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, maybe I wouldn't do the whole clock, because that would end up being so many frames. I think I'm probably better off just doing, like, having this never move and just going very, very slow on this other clock. So 96. Sorry, where's 96 times 2? 192, I think. Yes. So we go up to 202 instead. It still feels so fast. It just feels so fast. Okay. Even slower, I guess. Let's go to 298 instead. I hate that it still feels fast to me. Okay, 394, I guess. What speed would actually feel comfortable with me? Out here in Narnia? This speed? This is what I'm okay with. Also, I can see my model lagging when I play this. So what the heck is this out here? This is I set like to 12 something. So like 1280 divided by 24 a minute. Yeah. So basically I set the second hand to the speed of the minute hand to the speed of a second hand, and only then do I feel satisfied. So yes, it will always be that fast for me, I guess. Yeah, that is not exactly an option. Yeah, there is an alternative. Although now I feel more comfortable with the speed. It's still fast. Okay, so alternative. With 106. Right. So plus I never remember. Sorry for the jump scare. Yeah, 30 is one of these. Then just copy this. Another 96 later, so go to 106 plus 96 is brain work. 202. I hope. Yes. See, that I'm okay with. That I can live with. And then we'll do some quick math. Go to negative 86 here. Yeah, that's fine by me. Go to 290 something, 298. Yep. And then we make this video 24 times. I think 240 is probably fine. Yeah. It's already 10 seconds of video. Okay. And then we can make it frame perfect by being sneaky. Let me just copy all of these, go to this one. Not to paste. Whoa there. Fine, don't paste. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I will figure it out. Just go to 10. Set this. And go to 106. Go to 202. Go to let me stop using my brain and start being efficient. Okay. And from here to here, pretty sure I've set it to go back basically 5 minutes, right? Yeah, so this is 5 minutes. So the hour hand should also go back whatever 5 minutes represents, which is 1/12 of an hour, which is again a 12th, so a 12th of 30, right? A 12th of 30. My math is good. What is 12 over 30? Or 30 over 12? 2.5. Oh, it's nice. It's a nice number. That should have been obvious to me. Okay. And we're going backwards, so which one plus 2.5? I'm so sorry. I forget it. I rarely use this button. I rarely use the plus button. I have these set to something, right? Minus and plus on my numpad. And I basically never remember that they actually have them for something. So it didn't work. Because I got startled and didn't push the button. Okay. Copy. Paste. Paste. Oh. Paste. The hand wiggles back, the hand wiggles forward. Alright, that'll work for me. Rendering this out will definitely happen off stream because goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Not to be done on stream. That will eat up all my CPU. And it is a task better done later. We just have to get the composition right now. So let's do some wiggling. First of all, let me just make sure I haven't made any bad mistakes on my compositor. Pretty sure blur is not here, so I should be okay. This is pretty aggressive, but that's alright. We'll go to materials. Let me just decrease that emission a little bit. Yep. And then do I need the fog cube? Like realistically speaking, do I need the fog cube? Probably not, right? Probably the fog cube is not needed. Okay. So let's not have that one. And let's go to this thing. Okay. It looks goofy, I know. Don't worry, I'm well aware. It looks very silly. Shader editor. Make a copy. My image 2. Make a copy. My image 3. Let's pick a different file. Pick a different file. Hold on. Clearly I have this somewhere. Where did I put the... Where did I put the transparent version of this? I need to go back to this, I guess, and find my schedule thumbnail thingy. Personal projects. Where is it? Streaming resources. Schedule formatter. This is the one. Where did I get this image from? Oh, I masked it. I masked it. I did it myself. Okay. Noted. New. Paste. Something about this looks very odd. Guess that's just my brain. Rectangle. Crop. And then just save this to random extras. What do I call this? Yep. Not quite. Did not want to save it at 75%. Let's try that again. Okay. Don't need this. Don't need this. Pick from here, here, here. Why does this feel stretched? It is a little stretched. Yeah, that works. That works for me. There were some other things I could do. I could throw in some of the art that I've done for memes, but this will get the image across. This also looks bad. Looks stretched. Looks reverse stretched, honestly. That's good enough. That is good enough. It's almost too bright, but this is okay. I can fix some of this in post. This is good enough. I'm gonna call this a job well done. I will have to render it out later when I'm not streaming, but I think that's it. We now have something to render out, something to put in the background, and I will figure out what I'm doing about the signatures afterwards. I will have to find a space for it. I hope you guys have fun with this. Hope this is nice. We did spend quite some time on it, but here we are. Here we are. So, yeah, I think that is probably going to be it. That was a long stream of making stuff. I will be calling it here. I hope you guys had a good time. Alrighty, that will be it for me tonight. I hope you have a good rest of your morning, day, evening, night, whatever you're up to, whatever you're doing. I hope you have a good one, and I will see you next time. Let me see if there's anyone online to raid into. Let's have a little look. There are people. There are people. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't be, but like, I get really embarrassed raiding into people with like 2 viewers. So when I know that both of them are me. So I think we're just gonna call it here. If anyone's around and finds us later, sorry that I get so nervous about this stuff. We're just gonna we're gonna say we're done. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, drink plenty of water, get plenty of rest, and I will see you around. Bye bye.